Like if I try and put the brightness up. We're live. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to McDowell Mountain Regional Park in Fountain Hills, Arizona. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins, and we are here for the McDowell Mountain Frenzy.
That is right. We are covering race number 3 in the Sonoran Desert Cup. This is a 25K two-loop race. It's actually two completely different loops through the desert here at McDowell Mountain Regional Park. Not a ton of elevation gain on this one, not a lot of climb, but it is definitely a runner's race. A little bit of mountain biking, bouncy kind of thing, if that's your thing. But we're going to watch some of the best and brightest local runners, as well as some national and international flavor, be a part of this race today.
You know, it's fun, too. Very festive environment out here. You know, tents are set up, music's playing. The first two races have already started. The 50-miler at 7 a.m. local time, the 50K at 7:30 a.m. local time. Big fields in both of those. From what we learned from Aaron Barber during our pre-show, we've got over 800 runners across all of the distances registered. In addition to those two that I mentioned, in the 25K, we've got a 10-miler and a 5-miler starting off a little bit later. So just a fun early December day here in McDowell Mountain Park.
Yeah, and we're here to focus on the 25K. So as the third race in the Sonoran Desert Cup, that is going to be the focus of our broadcast today. But I'd be lying if I thought that if I were to say there weren't going to be other things we were going to be paying attention to today.
Absolutely.
The 50K is one of the spiciest fields you'll find for a local 50K. I mean, you know, headlined by Justin Grunwald and Devin Yanko and Nick Curry.
Yeah.
Like in a local 50K, you don't see names like that on the regular hopping into a race like this. So, you know, we'll keep an eye on that. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if the 50K winners come in about the same time as the mid to back of the pack of the 25K.
And of course, our good friend Devin Yanko came by and said hello, and in her classic Aravaipa race style is incredibly nervous.
Yes.
It's incredible that a 19-year veteran of the sport like Devin Yanko still gets sick to her stomach nervous before a little 50K. But you know what? That's such is the nature of the sport. It's great to see Devin out here. Great to see Nick. He pulled his shirt off. It's probably a good upper 40s. Pulled his shirt off, ready to rock. So, yeah, they're out there crushing. Not a cloud in the sky, a little bit of breeze. I spoke with Julian Kuyu, one of our co-leaders in the Sonoran Desert Cup after two races. He was commenting on the wind. He was also commenting on, you know, that there's some fast runners in the field, likely that they might take it out hard from the get-go. As you mentioned, not a lot of climbing and descending, but a lot of that sort of punchy, chunky mountain bike roller stuff that'll be a big part of the race today.
Yeah, absolutely. We also spoke with Nicole Hansen, one of our potential favorites on the women's side, to talk about it. And I was actually surprised to learn Nicole is, she's part of the Aravaipa racing team, but I didn't realize that it had been several months since she had actually raced. So it's been, she said, 8 months?
Yeah, she mentioned she had a stress fracture and has recovered from that. So she's excited to be out here.
Yeah, and I believe that it comes down to on the women's race, you know, not to discount anybody else, but I do believe that is going to be one of two names that we're seeing at the finish of this race. One of them being Nicole Hansen, the other one being
Amanda Basham.
Amanda Basham, that's
Yep.
right. Yeah. So of course, with Justin Grunwald being here,
Yeah.
it was only natural that she come out and race as well. The only problem is, like, who's watching after the kid?
I don't know. They have a way of figuring it out, though.
It is true.
Amanda is definitely super mom, has been super mom now for several years, and really fun. Like last month when we saw Elsa McDonald jump in to the Pass Mountain 25K. It's fun to see Amanda jump into today's race.
Yeah, I will say Amanda Basham has definitely kind of created the template for being ultra running badass mom.
Yes, exactly.
She
really has.
She's not the first, but she's definitely perfected the platform, at least, you know, to those of us that have watched her in her career. So.
Yeah. But in the Sonoran Cup standings, of course, neither of those two, Nicole or Amanda, have finished a Sonoran Cup race yet. Who else do we have in the Sonoran Cup? I think we do have Brittany Lump, if I'm not mistaken.
Brittany Lump is running.
Is on the list of starters.
I do believe that I don't believe Devin Nihill, Elsa McDonald is not here. Marcy Witzak is not here. I do believe that Victoria Uribe is here, who is currently 8th.
Yep.
And I don't think anybody else. I think it is just Brittany and Victoria, possibly Jen or Lori. I'll have to double check on that.
So in that context, I mean, Brittany could, again, it's 2 out of 3 results.
Yes.
And both Megan Cooper's, who's in the lead, and Diana Stobrist, who's in 3rd, have done 2 races.
Yeah, Brittany and Diana
has already done 2 races. This will be her 3rd race. She'll take her 2 best results.
Yes.
That will place her in the standings at the end of what is the fall series. The fall series is 3 races. The spring series starts in a couple of weeks.
I know. It's hard to believe that basically just on the other side of the holidays, right away, Santan Scramble.
January 4th, we start the spring series.
I believe that's a 27K.
On the men's side, however, there's quite a few of the top 10 Sonoran Desert Cup folks in the race.
Yeah, Julian Kuyu, Cody Goodwin have been punching, counter-punching, and it'll be interesting. This is kind of the tiebreaker race for the 2 of them. I believe Julian finished ahead of Cody in the Cave Creek Thriller, and conversely at Pass Mountain, Cody was able to hold off Julian. Neither one of them won that race, as that was Matthew Walker, our
Rhode Island speed specialist from Rhode Island.
Yeah, our absolute unknown at that point. So, Julian, Cody, and also Devin Sharps of the Air Viper Racing Team, who finished 3rd or 4th at Cave Creek Thriller, is in this race as well.
Devin has a shot to get some points. I think he only has that one finish.
Yeah.
So just a finish is going to bump him up in the points.
Yeah, Devin will jump up undoubtedly, assuming
he'll jump over Matthew Walker, I think.
Yeah, even a top 10 finish would actually push him up to 3rd.
Yeah.
Unless somebody else sneaks in. So
Kurt Houghton and Joe Boucher are not here today, as far as we
correct.
know.
I know that Joe's not. I didn't see Kurt, but I'll have to take a second look. Dan Roeder, I believe, is doing the 50K today, so those points won't, or that result won't apply.
Right.
Matt Dorsey, I think, is here, and I'm not sure about Matt Heacock, and I don't think Casey Andrew Lapine is here either.
Right.
So,
we do have drones out there. We do, and a beautiful sunny day for some drone shots. We do have some mountain bike cams out there. We have our crack team of Jordan and Michael and Jamil and Zach bringing the whole broadcast to you all. We're starting in about 8.5 minutes. But you mentioned we have a few other things to talk about, because today is lottery day.
That is true.
As has become a tradition here at McDowell Mountain Frenzy. The big screen is set up over here to our right. Those lotteries don't start for about an hour and a half, but I think our attention will from time to time drift to the names that get pulled in those 2 venerable lotteries taking place in New Mexico and California, respectively, today.
I would like to give a little bit of a historical perspective as to the lottery day here at McDowell Mountain Frenzy. So originally, my first year in the Western States Lottery was 2017, and that year I brought out my laptop and was set up and hotspotting to my phone, and we were sitting in the beer garden, and everybody is kind of like bundled around me. And that's the way it was for the first couple of years, 2017, 18, 19 lotteries. 2020, there was no lottery. 2021, we had leveled up a little bit. I was able to convince our tech guru, Andy Klink, to bring a TV so I could plug the HDMI cable in. And so we watched it on a bigger screen, and we had both the lotteries going at the same time. And 2022, the same way. And then 2023, we leveled up even further.
Yeah.
Now we have like a full-blown stage with the lotteries being televised on the big screens. And I don't mean like big screens like, 70 inches in your house.
No, big screen.
Yeah,
the same screen that's on display at Javelina, the same screen we used this year at Western States.
Yep.
The big screen.
Yeah. So, you're talking, whatever, like it's literal like grid visuals to put together. So people here will be watching those lotteries from the beer garden is just kind of like across the way a little bit here, maybe about 40 feet from where we're sitting right now. And and we'll be paying attention to that as well. Obviously, the focus of our broadcast is the race,
Yeah.
the 25K, and we'll be following that first and foremost. But we'd be lying if we were trying to say that we wouldn't be paying attention out of the corner of our eye. So,
Well, and while this is the first year of us live streaming the McDowell Mountain Frenzy,
Yes.
you have some wonderful stories of people who've been out running the race. Whether it's the 50K, the 50 miler, or one of the other distances, and in the midst of their running, their names have been selected.
absolutely. So, a few years ago, the former race director of this event, Scott Trayer, well-known, well-loved runner,
Out here volunteering today.
Yeah, volunteering because that's just the way
Yeah.
he is. So he came up with the idea as the race director on lottery day to provide these hats. One says headed to Hard Rock, and the other one says see you at States. And so what he would do is that if a runner was on the course or even like milling about in the area after a finish, they would present these runners with a hat. And so we've seen some times where I remember 2 years ago, Angela Feldman was selected for Western States, and she was in tears, so excited. Last year, Noel Kingston, a friend of ours locally here, didn't have any idea that he was chosen, and so we're like actually seeing him come in, and we let him know, and he bursts out working blue for a few moments, and he was just so enthusiastic, and of course he went on, and actually Angela and Noel both went on to Western States finishes. So I'm not saying that there's any sort of correlation, correlation does not imply causation, but if you get called at this race, then there's a possibility that you end up with a Western States finish here. So
That was also fun. I just happened to be volunteering for just a little while on the microphone at Western States this past year in the live stream, sitting with Jamil when Noel finished, and seeing Noel finish was just fantastic as it kind of came full circle.
Come and sit down with us real quick.
We have a special guest.
Beautiful
here.
views of the start line here. We just want to do a quick little hello with you here.
If we could get the mic, we could get the mic on the couch for just a real quick second. We've got about 3.5 minutes until the start of the 25K.
How you doing, buddy? Good. Use the microphone. All right,
Yeah.
There you go. Tell everybody your name.
My name's Angus.
Angus, what are you doing here today?
I'm gonna watch my mom do the 10K.
Awesome.
Oh, right on.
Do you like being out at these races?
Yeah,
You you've done a few of them in your past, right?
yeah,
You gonna do a lot more in your future?
yeah,
How's the weather today? You think it feels good? You think your mom's gonna do well?
yeah. Hopefully,
Oh, it's a
Awesome.
great day for a run. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, Angus, I just wanted to say hi and have you come over and say hi. So congratulations on
Okay.
being out here this morning. And
Okay,
Thanks for coming on. Have a great day out there.
okay.
all right,
All right.
take care.
All right.
Angus,
Here's
I saw-
Angus.
Angus is out here to cheer his mom, Kat, on today. So we will right here at the start line.
Aaron Barber, our race director, is doing his final instructions here with about 2.5 minutes to go before the start. There's a good shot.
That's Julian Kuyu on the
There's Julian
right.
Kuyu. There's Amanda Basham, pink hair.
That was Kyle Gallagher, who Aaron Barber was letting us know was a pretty stout runner locally. Cody Goodwin we just saw.
Your course is 2 loops today. You're going to be doing the 10-mile loop, the same as the 10-mile.
That's Kerry Kelly right there. Before that was 516.
With the URC shirt.
487 was Kyle Gallagher. Kyle is somebody I'm not really familiar with, but I do know that he comes with some pretty good reputation.
I think Bryce mentioned him in our pre-show. Yeah.
I see a cross-country T-shirt, which means you're always going to have to worry
You
about.
got to worry about the cross-country T-shirts
That would be
at these
Daniel
races.
Lopez. I see Devin Sharps running just by us, showing up as a race team member would at the last minute.
At the last minute. Great aerial shot here of the competitive lot starting area.
Of course, as we mentioned, we have we're looking at about 225 people here. which is for this race, which is
Fantastic.
pretty huge for a desert 25K. Of course, a total of over 800 people running the McDowell Mountain Frenzy in one distance or another.
Again, the third race in the Sonoran Desert Cup, the final race in the Spring Series.
Fall series.
Fall Series.
Jumping ahead here.
My seasons get all messed up around here. The Fall Series. Thank you, Chris. Again, the top 10 earn their way into the championship, which will take place in April over at Lake Pleasant at the Dam Run.
The path is pretty wide for the first mile or two, so they're
Yeah, so this course, as race director Aaron Barber is describing, the first part is pretty flat, pretty gentle, fairly wide. So you've got time to jockey into position. It's not like you're funneling into a single track from jump. You've got a little bit of space that you don't have to worry about being funneled into single file until
here we go.
Actually, probably about a mile and a half in.
That's right. That's right. And even the trail itself is kind of 1.5 track most of the way. Here we go. And they're off.
Looks like our clock might need to be adjusted a little bit, but
McDowell Mountain Frenzy 25K is off. Jamil's going to get in a little bit of speed work here.
saw Julian leading off the front as he likes to do. That's the one thing about Julian that we've learned watching him is that he is no fear about leading out.
He definitely is ready to go from the gun. It's a good shot of, as Chris was mentioning, it's a
It's
wide
about 3
enough
wide.
dirt.
Yeah. You can make passes at this point if you so choose.
So again, there's a pack of 10, well, counting Jamil, so a pack of 9.
We'll see how long Jamil is able to keep up
That's
with these
right.
young bucks. But he's doing a great job. Beautiful visuals out here at McDowell Mountain Regional Park.
It's great. I think we're going to see Amanda come up here in a second. Yep, there she
Yep,
is.
you can tell by
Always
that
recognize
unmistakable
that pink hair.
Nicole Hansen
Nicole
hanging right
Hansen
behind
right
her.
with her. As again, we're seconds into the race, but that's and I'm not sure who that is with the blue Ultra Spire pack.
I believe that's actually Nicole. I'm not sure who the
Got
person in between Amanda and Nicole is, but somebody we're probably going to have to keep eyes on if they're choosing to run
So
in between
Nicole,
those two.
I'm sorry, it's not a blue Ultra Spire pack. It's a blue Solomon pack. So Amanda, someone we're not quite can't ID yet, and Nicole.
Looks like we might be losing our feed there a little bit. We'll see if we can switch to possibly a drone shot here real quick.
And course
there we
records,
go.
Chris, or typical winning times, I think for the men are in the mid 130s over the in the past. I know you can probably quickly
Yeah,
call
I can
that
pull
up.
it up real quick.
My conversation with Julian, he was anticipating a group of 4 or 5 kind of taking it out hard.
So in the 25K, the course record is held by Mike Popejoy, who I got a lesson this
You
week
did get
on
a
Mike
lesson
Popejoy.
that he's a bit of a badass.
So Mike Popejoy with a 133.
Okay.
Joey DeFeo with a 136. And Joey DeFeo's name sounds incredibly familiar. I'm just trying
That's
to remember
because
why.
we saw him win the preem at Run Rabbit Run.
That's right. Yes.
He just hauled out of the start, and that initial climb that carried with it a preem. He's a Flagstaff runner, I believe.
You're right.
That's where
is
that
a good
name
call.
comes from.
I
can scrape these brain cells around a little bit to remember a few things.
So we've got a handful of runners that have run sub 140 on this, and Mike Popejoy 133, Joey DeFeo 136. On the women's side, Ellison McDonald, no stranger to running in Arizona, has the course record at 152.48. Behind her, 2 performances by Brianna Troska, 152.55 and 155.08, followed by Corinne Chalvoy, a member of our Mountain Outpost broadcast teams, 155.14. Some pretty stout names on as you move down the top 10. Ashley Kempton, Megan Kupris, Lauren Curry. This is a handful of women have broken the 2-hour barrier, and We'll see.
Yeah.
if,
So again, if you're following the, somewhere in the one, certainly for the men below 140. And certainly for the women below 2 hours. We are going to stay on the air. We're scheduled to stay on the air for all the way through noon. So we'll have coverage of perhaps most of the finishers. And excited to do that here at the third race of the Sonoran Desert Cup, the McDowell Mountain Frenzy 25K.
Absolutely.
Still a lot of excitement here around the start-finish area, as there are the accompanying races still to go off are the 10-miler and the 5-miler.
Yeah, 2 more distances still yet to come. So even though we've had probably about 450 runners take off, we still have another probably 450 runners here at headquarters still waiting to take off for their races. So this is a pretty big event, and I'll be honest, it caught me by surprise because I've been out here every year, I believe, since maybe about 2014 or so. And I remember the days where it was maybe a couple hundred, maybe 150, 200 people, and you'd have maybe 30 to 40, people per distance. I remember there was one year where I was fully trained up, and actually I think it was 2016 where somebody we were talking about, oh, well, maybe Chris has got a shot to win this race. And this was the 5-miler, and no, I didn't have a shot. But I did do the 5-miler that year, and I've done it several times. I've done the 25K one time. I think that's my extent of running out here, at least for this race, obviously, with McDowell being so integral to the Arizona runner experience. Like most people in one form or fashion have run hundreds, if not thousands of miles on the trails here at McDowell Mountain Park.
My present company included. I have certainly done so. And this course is on trails completely different than the Javelina 100.
Yeah.
We're predominantly sort of the mountain bike trails that are on the south side of the park road. Much of the Javelina 100 takes place on the north side of the road. But trails are smooth, buffed out, as you've mentioned a couple of times, kind of rolly, mountain bikey. There's some parts where it's really difficult to get a rhythm and keep a rhythm. But really, you can't. I mean, I would suspect one of the reasons this is attracting such a great field is you really can't beat the weather in early December here in the Valley of the Sun. I mean, it's cool right now. Both of us have long sleeves on, but by midday when we get out for our run, we'll be in in t-shirts and shorts and having a good time. Great drone shot here. This is what's known as the competitive lot. This is the VIP parking and volunteer parking for Javelina.
Yeah.
And on any given weekend, all kinds of activity going on.
Yeah.
In this parking lot, hikers, runners, mountain bikers.
Current temperatures here are about 52 degrees, 53 degrees, but it's going to warm up pretty quickly. And the sun hits different in Arizona. We say that. It might be a little bit cliche at this point, but we do know that once it hits even 65, 70 degrees, it can feel really, really warm out there. It's a beautiful drone shot of the start finish line area. You can see the mountain outpost tents, the red ones on the right hand side. That is where AJW and I are currently stationed. Across the way, you'll see the aid station tents. That the lower white one is the aid station. The upper right one, or the upper white one, is the beer garden. So, and the beer garden is actually, this is my favorite. We have a lot of beer gardens at Aravaipa races here. And the one thing I love about this race the most is that the beer garden is literally right at the finish line.
It's right on the course.
Yeah.
It's a couple of strides and you could be having that first beer.
So when runners are coming in, they will be able to see everybody coming in. You get a huge amount of cheering because those who have gotten done or those who were waiting for their people are just hanging out in the beer garden, and there's always a big presence here. You've got the registration tents. Coffee on the Run is here as well. They are out at a lot, if not all, of the running events. I mean, gourmet coffee before or right after a race, beautiful idea.
Well, and Chris, you're mentioning the race and McDowell Mountain Frenzy and the size of the field, and I think nationally and internationally, Aravaipa, understandably, is known for kind of the big three: Black Canyon, 100K, 50K and 100K, Javelina, 100K and 100 miler, and of course the Cocodona 250, Sedona Canyons, Eldon Crest. But this set of runs, that we're showcasing in the 8-race series of the Sonoran Desert Cup, the ones we've seen already at Cave Creek Thriller, Pass Mountain, McDowell Mountain Frenzy, Santan Scramble coming up, Coldwater Rumble, Mesquite Canyon, I'm forgetting one before the dam run.
Alpha Mountain, Santan Scramble.
Santan Scramble. These races are really kind of the heart and soul of Aravaipa. Multiple distance options, bringing together the community, outstanding aid stations, impeccable course markings, in beautiful parts of the Valley of the Sun. Just fantastic events. And if you're not familiar with this set of running, the Sonoran Desert Cup race is also known as the Desert Trail Running Series. Check them out. Go to the Aravaipa website and check them out. They're all fantastic events, and you won't be disappointed if you're from the area or from the region, or you're planning a vacation to come to the valley for something. Maybe it's the Waste Management Open Golf Tournament or something else that might bring you down here, the Fiesta Bowl. Stay a few extra days for the Fiesta Bowl and run Santan Scramble. It's well worth it.
So I will say, obviously, for those that are tuning in, I'm sure that there are many of you that are tuning in to 2-3 different YouTube channels right now. And I got caught by Chris Andrews because I did peek in and post in the chat on the Western States Lottery. So he said, he caught me multitasking. So we will be following both of those. Again, this is a beautiful shot. This is what the Sonoran Desert is all about here. McDowell Mountain Regional Park. You can see the parking all the way up the road. The competitive parking lot is full. People could also park across the way at what is Javelina headquarters for a few days a year.
This is just great. This is fantastic. The drone footage here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this drone footage here. We are getting ready to watch the 10-miler start here in just a few moments. We've got let's see if we've got. And I know that this is more of a locals race here, the 10-miler here. I know we mentioned Noel Kingston, who ran Western States this year. He is running in the 10-miler along with his partner, Jeff Foote, who is run more Aravaipa races than anybody, even me. I believe he's approaching 200 Aravaipa races at this point. He's running it. Some local flavor includes Tamara Janeo, Megan Kuhn. This is an opportunity for us to showcase some trails locally to those who are around, tuning in from everywhere. Thank you for tuning in. And it'll also show you that, it's great to come out here for Javelina or for Cocodona or for Black Canyon for sure. However, races out here in the Sonoran Desert and with Aravaipa running are truly an event. It's not just the majors, the qualifier races. We have 800 people out here in a festival atmosphere as part of the McDowell Mountain Frenzy. So with 5 different distances going on this weekend. So we are super happy to have this many people out here. We did have race day registration. So
it's wonderful too. And I met an 11-year-old girl. She's running her first trail race in the 5-miler. We've got families out here where there might be, and this is one of the great things about Aravaipa racing, by the way, is you can have a father run one distance, a mother run the other distance, a child run the third distance. I mean, it's really an all-inclusive opportunity for folks if they're interested. Family and friends coming out. It's also, we're also seeing, and you and I, you especially, are really tied in with the local run community. This is is kind of a gathering of the group. I mean, it's getting close to the holidays, and the group gathers together a lot. But this is because of the local vibe here. It's particularly exciting for folks to come back every year. And maybe they run a different distance every year, depending on what their level of fitness is or what they're training for. But it's really cool to see, just so many faces that you see out and about all year long coming together for Frenzy this year.
Well, for probably 90% of the people here, I would venture to guess this is their final trail race of the year.
Yeah.
Maybe 95, maybe even higher, because this is the last Aravaipa trail race of the year. Obviously, they still have other events coming up, Desert Solstice, which is an invite, and Across the Years, which is on concrete and asphalt, but and the Tucson Marathon. But this, as far as final, the way that they're going to wrap up 2024, this is where they're going to leave their stamp. This is where they're going to leave their mark in terms of, how they feel about the year.
Yeah.
And you couldn't find a more beautiful day to do it.
Right, and I mean, in any given year, I mean, I know I've felt this way. Sometimes folks want to, you do think about your annual calendar, and it's like, I just want to get in one more race. Well, what could I do? Well, there's desert. There's, there's McDowell Mountain Frenzy. In fact, I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday who, he's training for he's training for the half marathon, the rock and roll half marathon, right? And he needs a 12-miler. And I was like, well, why don't you come on down, run the 10-miler, and tack on a couple more miles? And he's like, sure. And I was like, can I sign up? Oh yeah, race day registration. Just drive on over, park, and we're seeing the 10-miler start. Speaking of the 10-miler,
10-milers heading out on the course.
Follow the 10-mile sign.
Yeah, they have one 10-mile loop here for this race. Also, one of the things about the timing of this race, AJW, is the fact that, we talk about, certain races kind of being a training race for another.
Yeah.
Talking about, like, for instance, you've got Having a Hangover serves as a training run here. A lot of people will use canyons as Western States getting ready. This is actually kind of a pivot point for a lot of people who are running Black Canyon.
Yeah.
Like, this is definitely an opportunity. Like, in some cases, possibly they're doing the 50K or the 50 mile, maybe their last long race, because as hard as it is to believe, Black Canyon is only 2 months away.
It is 2 months away, and especially I think if you're running the 100K at Black Canyon, you might do something like the 25K here, maybe something a little bit longer at Coldwater in mid-January, and that would kind of be it. So I mean, I do think for sure this is a race that, the race calendar, of course, is a year-round calendar these days, and there's a good drone shot of the early leaders of the 10-miler.
Yeah, that's Matthew Hamilton. Matthew Hamilton does a lot. He works with Athletico.
Okay, that's right. He's got his place set up right next to us
and
here.
he's super, super fast. So he loves to run the shorties out here and does very well. He's won several of them. I know that for a fact. I believe he's won the they do, like, the Sonoran Desert Cup is obviously what we're covering here in the 25K, but he's won the I believe the Quail Series or the Hummingbird Series, whichever the shorter distances are here. So,
and Athletico is one of our sponsors, as is GOO, our good friends at Squirrels Nut Butter, of course. Chris Thornley and his team always, and Huss Brewing. Chris has mentioned the tent, the beer garden tent adjacent the finish line, and T-Mobile. Thank you to our sponsors.
Yeah, and thanks to our audience also. Like we said, those who are splitting their attention 2 and 3 ways this morning.
Yeah.
We know what you're doing because we're doing it too.
Absolutely.
We're setting up our screens. So
the exploding phones. This is the morning of the exploding phones. And I guess I'd like to make a comment on this. I mean, I'm no longer in either of these lotteries. My days of doing that are over. But it's so bittersweet on lottery day because a vast majority of the people in both lotteries don't get picked. And a very small percentage of people do get picked. And it's very easy to just dwell in the negativity and the disappointment and the personal anguish of not getting picked. I challenge folks to go the other way and just celebrate those who do get picked and know that your year will come. And when your year does come, it's well worth celebrating. And so and it's such a period of hope right? As we were talking about on the drive up here, right? Two things are going to happen after the lottery. People are going to get in, and they're immediately going to start planning out the next 6 months of their lives. Or they're not going to get in, and they're immediately going to start planning out the next 6 months of their lives. But either way, it's a period of kind of hope springs eternal, right? Everyone's in first place. It's sort of an early feeling of baseball spring training that comes as a result of these lotteries.
Well, this does feel like almost like, even though, January, the new year, rolls the calendar, this does feel in some ways like the start of the season for a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, maybe the season technically ends. And I think the lotteries actually serve as a perfect line of demarcation there. Because, like, after Javelina and Rio del Lago and those late season 100-milers and Western States qualifiers, there is kind of a quiet period.
There is.
Yeah, you've got some other races. You've got Tunnel Hill, you've got Indiana, and you've got, like, some of those flatter, faster 100-milers where people start chasing down world records. But in terms of, like, the trail vibe, like, this is almost like the start of the 2025 season in a lot of ways. And that comes with the lottery and those who get picked. And also, like, okay, let's get this out of the way. I got into Western States.
Congratulations, Chris.
Thank you. And so, like, speaking as somebody who is in at this point, like, I've talked with you at length this week about the preparation in terms of, like, the crewing, the pacing, trying to figure out who's going to be what. So, like, this, like, you're charting out your season, obviously with one, primary focus, in my case, or other runners, Hard Rock. But I feel like this is the point where it really starts up and rolls the calendar over for the most part. And the cool thing is that we have this race here,
right,
as like a season opener in of sorts.
I mean, I want to put it in perspective, right? 260 people are going to have their names selected in the Western States Lottery.
And how many won't?
146 in the Hard Rock Lottery. And they're quite literally going to spend almost immediately start planning the next 6 months of their lives. What tune-up races are they going to do? Are they going to go to the Memorial Day training camp? Are they going to book their lodging in Olympic Valley and Auburn? How are they going to get themselves ready for that incredible day? And those who aren't in, as disappointed as they might be, okay, well, what am I going to do now? Am I going to race Javelina this year, and where entry is open starting on New Year's Day?
Yeah.
Am I going to maybe try my luck in a 200-miler that there still might be space in? I think it's just that exciting. Yes, the calendar's not literally flipping, but it's definitely going from last year to next year.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I know that, like, it's kind of this race and this event kind of straddles the 2024-2025 seasons,
does,
I think, because it is the end of the first half of the Sonoran Desert Cup series for us. As we are here to cover the 25K. We're just kind of anxiously awaiting eyes on our runners. I don't know exactly what junctures we're going to have them out there. I'm sure our drones are out searching within the confines of our range here.
Right, so we're about 20 minutes in, or 21 minutes in. I know our clock on the upper right of the screen is a little bit off the race clock by just a handful of seconds. But yes, as we mentioned already, the 25K men's course records are in the mid 130s, so we're thinking certainly a winner under 140 on the men's side, and then there are probably a dozen women who have run under 2 hours here at the McDowell Mountain Frenzy, and we would expect nothing different there with
I'm not sure what it looks like. Well, I can see that is late for the train coffee. I don't know if we can get that filmer to set their to horizontal here.
Yeah, if they could switch to horizontal, if they can hear us.
There we go.
There we go.
That is actually the last little shoot here of the leading up to the finish line. So the runners will actually. Oh, perfect. That's a great high quality shot, and that is right by the start finish line right there. That's actually the starter chute. I can see where they're filming from over there.
And as we've done, as Chris and we were mentioning, we do have a team of live stream volunteers. And by the way, we're always looking for live stream volunteers. Even a race like this where we're covering the race for about 4 hours. It takes a large team to, you can see the shadow of the filmer right there. Walking across the start finish area. In most cases, if you go on the Aravaipa website, in addition to the volunteer for the race tab, there's usually volunteer for the live stream tab. We're always looking for volunteers for the live streams, and it's a fun way to spend a morning or an afternoon or an evening or an overnight.
Well, actually, fun part is that after McDowell Mountain Frenzy winds down this afternoon, you do have the McDowell Mountain Mayhem night runs here. So you can run I believe it's a 5, 10, or 20-mile race here this evening. So, after the sun goes down, the racing doesn't stop here. Now, Mayhem is a bit of a smaller event, typically about 100 to 150 people. And it is a very low-key local race, but we never know who's going to turn up at some of these events.
That's right. You never know, and it's there's something for everyone.
I remember Pass Mountain Punisher, which is a race that I believe the 10K typically had between 20 and 25 people in the race, and I think it was about 3 years ago. The race field for like a 15-person race included Jamil Curry and Maggie Utero.
Yeah,
like, you're talking about running a race like that, and you never know. Like, especially here, I mean, it is not uncommon to have some big names and some bombastic personalities show up at our events. Like, I mean, we talked about the 50K out here. I mean, having Justin Grunwald, Devin Yanko, and Nick Curry all posting up in that race. That's a stout field for a local 50K.
Absolutely.
Poor Bryce Brooks.
Yeah,
thought he was going to come in and throw down, and
he still might throw down. Let's face it, it's Bryce Brooks.
That's true.
All right, here we've got the 5-mile start. Oh, and eyes on the men's lead.
I saw that was Julian Kuyu in front of whoever this is here, but
we've got a mountain bike cam out there. If you could, do you recognize that black shirt?
I believe that was Cody Goodwin. I do believe. I know that Cody was wearing black. I just didn't see the logo on the back of his shirt.
And these are 1 and 2 in the Sonoran Desert Cup. They are actually tied for the lead, so it would not be surprising to see the two of them taking it out in the lead. And as is the case, those of you watching at home, especially every time we're doing a first-time live stream, there is a fair bit of testing of the gear, of the equipment, of the available service. We've got a mountain bike out there. Now we're back to the 5-mile start. It'll start in about 3.5 minutes.
Right. If you have not run this 5-mile before, you're in for a treat. One of my favorite stories.
One of the, just to recap, who we're looking at in the 25K here for the Sonoran Desert Cup. Julian Kuyu, Cody Goodwin, each tied for the series lead at 46 points. Could potentially improve their positioning if they were to either one of them to finish 1 or 2 at this point.
Yeah.
Devin Sharps is going to make a huge gain no matter what here. Most likely, assuming he finishes in the top 10, which is a very modest baseline for him.
Yeah.
Looking, like he will jump into 3rd place for the series. And Matt Dorsey, I believe, as well. Matt Dorsey could be looking at jumping up into the top 5 or top 6.
That's right. Right, because it was in the first race at Cave Creek, it was Julian first, Cody second. In the second race, after Matthew Walker, it was Cody second, Julian third. So this could potentially, at least for the fall series, break the tie, if you will. And yes, Devin Sharps will jump into sole possession of third place unless something catastrophic happens.
Yeah, it's currently 8:25 here local time here, or well 8:27 local time here.
And again, the Western States Lottery typically gets rolling at around, they start pulling the names around 8:20, 8:25 California time, which will be 9:20, 9:25 our time. There's all kinds of talking before then with Thornley talking about the stats and various members of the board talking about other Western States related things.
So
even though Tim Tweetmeyer has rotated off the board, he is still the master of ceremonies every year, which is perhaps the most fun part of the whole thing, especially when he is forced to pronounce the names of runners from far off places like China and Slovakia.
And Cleveland.
And Cleveland.
That is Randy Chavez right there, bib number 878. Let's see, we've got 898. That is David Giramita, and actually Ruby Giramita right there on your left-hand side.
Father and son, father and daughter, I'm sorry. They'll be running together from what I heard
Bib
in
number
my conversation.
918. Okay, so that guy in the black singlet right there, that's Josh Walker. He's the director of Phoenix Run Club, and he's really fast. Josh.
There we go. Aaron's just mentioning him.
Yeah, Josh Walker is a very stout athlete. The course record for the men's race actually 35:07. Addison Porcelli from last year.
Wow, that's flying. 7-minute pace.
Yeah, and Brooke Andrews on the women's side 38:34.
5 miles of hammering this smooth, buttery McDowell Mountain Regional Park trails.
Then the last half mile you head up a very punchy hill and then down the other side.
Fist bump when you run past. 3, 2, 1, go. Go get him.
You can see our 5 milers, the final distance here.
Enjoy your day.
Perfect little gateway entry drug to trail running.
Look at that. Looks like at least 100, I would guess 120 runners.
Yeah, absolutely.
Heading out in the 5-mile course. So all the races are on course. 50 miler started about an hour and a half ago, right when we arrived, Chris, at 7 a.m. local. The 50K at 7:30. The 25K at 8. The 10 miler at 8:15, and the 5 miler.
Okay, so I was mistaken. Kurt Houghton is actually in the race this year. Must have jumped in last minute. So I do have splits for our. I can share them with you as well here at AJW. Let me.
Kurt Houghton is in the race
because he's doing very well.
Maybe he's the black singlet.
Let's see here. 25K. There we go. So on the men's side, we've got Julian Couillou, Kyle Gallagher, and Devin Sharps going out 1, 2, 3. No surprises there. Cody Goodwin in 4th, Isaiah Ford in 5th, Matt Dorsey in 6th, Kurt Houghton in 7th, Daniel Lopez in 8th, Ryan Guidon in 9th, and Brian Driscoll 10th through the first aid. On the women's side, Lindsay Allison.
That's a name that wasn't on our...
We might have to do some quick digging on Lindsay Allison here because she is currently the women's leader at Gate Aid, which is the first aid station, or not first aid station, rather, first checkpoint, just under 4 miles into the race.
Nicole Hansen in 2nd. Looks like she was about 39 seconds behind Lindsay at Gate Aid.
And those are the first 2 women we have through Gate Aid. We'll keep an eye out as more runners approach.
So that is good to know that we do have Kurt Houghton in the race as a contender. Now this is a mountain bike, I think, back out with our men's lead.
Yeah, so that would be Julian in front. That was Julian in front, Kyle Gallagher in 2nd, and Devin Sharps in 3rd. Devin was wearing black as well.
Kyle Gallagher. So we don't know where Cody Goodman is.
Cody Goodman was 4th through Gate Aid, so So Mallory Peterson is third through gate 8 on the women's race, 31:27, about 2 minutes, 10 seconds back of Nicole Hansen at second, and Brittany Lump is fourth.
This is the lead of the 5 miler, as you expected. Josh taking it out hard.
I don't think Amanda Basham started AJW. It doesn't look like she showed up on the start list.
Really?
Yeah, so it must have been a late scratch there. So, but even still, Lindsay Allison, I'm going to have to do a little bit of digging because that is a name I'm not familiar with and not a name I expected to see at the front of this race at this point in time. So,
Nicole Hansen, and you said the third woman through gate 8
was Brittany Lump.
Brittany Lump, who's will undoubtedly cement her position in the Sonoran Cup standings.
Oh my!
With a good strong finish today.
I feel like this is kind of a shortcoming on my part that I did not know who Lindsay Allison was.
All right, let's get a little bio info on Lindsay.
So Lindsay Allison, 28 years old, looks like she's from California, but won Lake Sonoma 50 this year.
Oh, hello.
With a finished second at Crown King, fourth at Broken Arrow Sky Race 46K. So yeah, this is
sorry, Lindsay, for
second
the
at Quad
oversight.
Dipsy last year, and won the Mount Tam 50K just a couple weeks ago.
Sounds like probably a Bay Arean.
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
okay.
So Lindsay Allison also registered for the Big Alta coming up early next year. So, hey, you got a second? Yep. Come on over. You can see these are
right.
the runners coming out. So the last of the children have been set out into the desert, and now we have a gentleman who has a free moment to breathe. This is race director Aaron Barber. Aaron, welcome to the set.
Thank you. Good morning. All the starts are done. That can check one box off my day.
So how'd everything go so far today?
Smooth so far. Still wait. Like timing's working. Yeah, everything's going good in my part. Still waiting for food truck to get here. That's the next thing we're waiting on. But they will be here any second. And yeah, it's been great so far. Perfect weather.
8 stations all in place. And,
Oh yeah. They're all checking in. Everything's up and running. Can't complain.
Right on. Right on.
We just got a message that Lori Stillwell is 5th woman through gate 8, and Lori is currently in 10th place in the series, so looking to improve her situation significantly if she's able to hold on to a top 5 finish here. So,
Who do we got in the lead right now? I haven't even looked.
it's actually Lindsay Allison,
Okay.
who we
Which
were literally
we
just
fell
talking
asleep.
about.
Which we were asleep on.
Okay.
obviously.
Lindsay
Yeah.
finished second at Crown King this year, and like 4th at Broken Arrow 46K.
Okay. So
Stout resume. Just recently won the Mount Tam 50K a couple weeks ago. Won Lake Sonoma 50 miler earlier this year.
So decent results.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
And then on the men's side, we had Julian Kuyu and Kyle Gallagher in the lead, and Devin Sharps just a few seconds behind, and Cody Goodwin in 4th, about a minute or so behind.
Gotcha. All right.
So that was all through gate 8, kind of relatively close together. Then Isaiah Ford, Matt Dorsey, Kurt Houghton, Daniel Lopez, Ryan Golden, and Brian Driscoll. That's our top 10.
Fun stuff, and we'll see them coming through here in maybe 30 minutes or so.
Yeah,
Yep.
if they keep moving this quick.
Yep.
So I mean, for those who aren't familiar, can you describe how when the runners hit this at what point, and then what they have afterwards?
Yeah, so for the Sonoran Cup, for the 25K, it's in essence the 10-mile route and then the 5-mile route, kind of just back-to-back races. So they're going to be coming up through the east end of the comp lot, coming up the hill, and then going through the finish line at mile 10, and then they've got a 5-mile course to go after that. So they started at 8 o'clock, so I'm assuming those guys are right around that 7-minute or slightly faster pace.
Dang.
So the second loop is the 5-mile loop, and I know you've had some pretty good experience on that loop. But
Yeah.
You were, I believe, have the third best time.
Something
all-time
like
on
that, yeah.
On the 5-mile loop. So what waits for them on that second loop?
The second loop it's fast, and I wouldn't say flat, but it's fast for the first half of it till you get to maybe mile 2.5, 3 around Clay Pit. You start a long, grindy uphill, and then after you go through the channel, you got to make your way up T-Bone Ridge, and that's that steep pitch right before the finish. And then even course marking it yesterday or 2 days ago, whenever I was out here, that thing is steep, especially the first half.
It's very steep. It's to the point where you will use your hands.
Yeah, it's very loose this year too.
Yeah.
For the first, it's probably 25 yards of I'd be walking up it if I was.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Every year, I mean, with that, it's one of those things that I love like the idea of it, but then when you're actually on it, like the reality does not match the perception.
Sounds like a momentum crusher.
Oh
too.
yeah, and it's steep at the bottom, which is odd, and then you kind of crest the steep section, and you have another like maybe 300 yards of just gradual climb before you actually crest the hill, and then you can see the finish line, and you can blitz to the finish after that.
So from a race director's perspective, Aaron, is this a little bit of like you can catch your breath?
Yes,
All the
definitely.
starts are off. Everybody's out. I mean, the 5 miler is going to be finishing relatively quickly, but it's a little catch your breath. Check in on the aid station.
Oh, yeah.
Check in with us. Oh, we've got our mountain bike cam back.
Is that Julian? I know he wears the tight shorts.
Yeah, but Julian was wearing blue, I believe.
He was wearing blue. He's dropping the mountain biker.
Okay, actually, I
It
think
looks like there's still a
there's
group.
Julian up front, perhaps.
That's not your typical McDowell terrain right there.
So
it's a little bit rugged.
that south section of the course is chunky, and I believe that's where they are right now. If they've gone through gate,
That's great feedback. Look at that. That is.
you get some more washes, and this is definitely they're in that. That's probably a 2-mile stretch where it's about this technical the whole way.
It's got to the point where they ditched the bike.
Yeah. Well, it's good. It's actually good footage though to get an idea that it's not
Yeah,
all
for
smooth,
sure.
buttery like Pemberton type stuff.
Yeah, this is definitely more. This is more technical than I remember.
They're climbing right now too. It's like this is a big wash that they have to go through. So it's not just like up and like a 10 steps up or down 10 steps up. This is like probably 20-second downhill and then some flat and then a good 45-second climb on the other side. Big wash out here.
See, the bike is going to try and make up some
Try and
ground on the
bridge
runners.
up to them, but this is great. So this is Aaron. This is kind of on the far.
Yeah, this is the
we're like
far
40-ish minutes in.
Yeah,
so-
far south side of the
Okay.
long loop. Then they'll start coming north again, kind of paralleling the road. Then we'll see them come through Comtrack. Then they got the sport loop to go. So this is the more advanced loop if you're for the mountain bikers.
Yeah.
And then the sport loop is your faster, more beginner friendly
All
one.
right, so just looking like we got 3, right?
3. All right.
With Julian.
Oh, is
we're
that Devin? That's Devin right there.
Devin,
Devin
and so
Sharps
we're
in the-
thinking it's Julian,
Kyle.
and Devin.
Yeah, that looks like Kyle in second right there. Yep. Julian Kuyu leading, Kyle Gallagher in second, Devin Sharps in third right
So
now.
this is Kyle's first race as part of the Sonoran Desert Cup, but he's no stranger to racing out.
No,
here.
he's a familiar face in the dirt series and Aravaipa events, and he's smoking fast at this distance as well, that kind of middle distance.
I tell you what, I mean, I know we haven't had cameras on the entire time, but Julian started in this lead position and has not. I don't know if he's not let anybody else. If he's maybe letting someone else take a turn at the front or thinking about it.
Devin looks comfortable. He was just shaking his arms out. It's
That's
tough to
great.
tell.
So
They're ripping
at least
though.
right now, Cody is not in this group,
Yeah.
right? And again, he was just about a minute behind at gate 8.
We'll see how it goes. Cody's got that road background, so maybe the second loop will fit him a little bit more.
Yeah, because that second loop is, the competitive loop. Is,
The sport loop, yeah.
It's much more runnable for somebody like
Totally.
Cody. This is, and you look at Cody's successes at Pass Mountain. You compare Cave Creek versus Pass Mountain. Pass Mountain is probably the most runnable in the entire series, which is why Cody's talents shone through that day.
And this is almost a tale of two sections. It looks like
Definitely.
as this is, as you mentioned, chunky, and as we talked about in the pre-show, a lot of kind of rolly, mountain bikey sections.
Yeah, down here, this is definitely where you're gonna feel like you're going the slowest, and because they did start with a lot of smooth, fast trail.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's like your speed, just on the mental standpoint, you're going to be flying for the first few miles, then you hit that gate aid station, and then it's definitely more technical, and you're going to slow down. This is great footage.
Yeah, no, this is fantastic.
This is really good footage.
This really gives you the impression of what is underfoot here.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, it's been a while since I've been on this section, so it's kind of giving me some flashbacks.
Well, that's okay, Chris, because we're doing the 10-mile loop when we go off the air. Don't you remember that?
Oh yeah, sure. Let me get right on that. The last time
You brought your stuff, right?
let me check. The last time I did the 10-mile loop was probably 20 14.
Okay.
It's been a while. So
That's okay. It'll still be marked. We won't leave you out there. This is great footage. So again, as Aaron's mentioning, on the sort of southern extent of they're headed towards the road now. Is
Look,
that right?
I believe they're headed towards the road. I'm trying to see the
Okay.
mountains in the background there.
If you can.
Yeah, they're headed towards the road. Then they'll make a more of a left-hand bend in the next mile or so, within the next mile.
yeah, and as they head kind of like northwest back towards the headquarters, it's kind of a cool visual that like they'll have the four peaks off to the east in the background.
Yeah.
It's they'll have they actually come fairly close to the road, closer than I realized when I ran it.
Oh yeah, you can see them
But-
if you're driving.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll see a string of people heading up and down the road.
I
or
will
up
say
down the
they
trail.
all look. The three of these guys look equally comfortable. Again, we're looking from behind on a mountain bike cam, but they look equally comfortable, and they look sort of also comfortable being in this kind of pack of three.
Devin looks prime right now. I've seen him shake out his arms a few times, and like maybe personal bias, but I run with Devin quite a bit, so I kind of know his form.
He doesn't look. He looks very effortless out there.
Yeah,
right
it looks
now.
like he is just comfortable sitting in that spot.
He could just be sitting in that spot.
Yeah, because I mean, we know. I mean, the only thing I ever worry about when I watch Devin race is that he cooks himself.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
this is not Devin cooking himself here at all.
He looks good right now. Yeah, they should be turning right soon. I just saw him go over those two mountain bike jumps. I know exactly where they are now.
Mm-hmm.
But they get that too. It's kind of, those are momentum killers. You just get a random jump, and you're not carrying enough speed to get some air over it. But
It can just
two
be
steps
kind
up
of
and-
frustrating.
yeah.
It's little, but
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
you-
see the size of these washes too. They're not just your typical South Mountain or Phoenix Mountain Preserve washes. They're big.
So there is a bit of a gap as far as the from gate aid to start finish, which is where our next trackers will be picking them up. So what we've got is basically what you're seeing here. Of course, this is the McDowell Mountain Frenzy, the third race in the Sonoran Desert Cup. This is a 25K consisting of basically a 10-mile loop and a 5-mile loop. Our current leaders, as you can see right there on the men's side, Julian Couillou, Kyle Gallagher, and Devin Sharps.
and Julian and Devin have finishes in the series so far. It's
Yeah.
Kyle's first race in the series.
Yeah. Cody Goodwin in fourth, Isaiah Ford in fifth, Matt Dorsey, Kurt Houghton, Daniel Lopez, Ryan Golden, and Brian Driscoll rounding out your top 10 as of right now. On the women's side, Lindsay Allison in first, Nicole Hansen in second, Mallory Peterson in third, Brittany Lump in fourth, Lori Stillwell in fifth, Jess Gwemmer in sixth, Liz Zarzar in seventh, Natalia Jaspiato in eighth, Diana Sigarist in ninth, and Tiffany Stroud in 10th.
That's great. That's great. And again, in that crew, Brittany Lump is the highest contender in the Sonoran Desert Cup so far. Now, Aaron, it looks like they're trending down a bit here.
Yeah, they're going to go through this big wash here pretty soon. That's off to their left side. They'll turn left and go down a big hill, run through the bottom of the wash, then climb back up. Then they got two more of those similar kind of climbs.
Yeah,
before
you
they
can
get back to the
see
start
it
finish.
sort of trending down. They're still headed mostly
Yeah, towards the road. Those
towards
are the
the
superstitions
road.
in the background.
Yeah. Great shot here. And again, you're right. Devin just looks comfortable sitting right where he is. That's Devin there with his arms.
Yeah, just shaking it out a little bit. He's not pushing right now. He shows up to a lot of group runs, and we kind of get racy towards the end sometimes. So.
That's good stuff. And it did smooth out a bit too once they got up on this, what looks like one of these sort of ridges that you have so much.
Yeah,
here in the
generally
McDowell's.
they're through the worst part in terms of the technical stuff now. It's not as on the, what would that be, the south side of the course, southeast side of the course. It's not quite as chunky as before when they're coming towards the end of this first loop. Couple more rollers, couple more jumps. But yeah, we should be seeing them here in
And if
15.
you're right, the 10-mile loop literally runs right through. Does it run right through the start finish area?
Yeah,
or
right
does it-
through this. They'll come on the opposite side of the cars, behind the porta potties, right through the scrim here, and they'll
and
run
they'll,
through
they'll
the finish
actually
line.
run through the finish
Yep.
line. Okay, that's great.
Yeah, now they're going
And at
downhill.
that point, they will have completed 10 miles.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that is now they made the turn. Looks like they're kind of headed back north.
So they're at that area that, as Chris has mentioned a couple times, there's a couple spots it gets pretty close to the road.
Yeah, this is the descent down into that big wash. Now they're going to be running through the bottom of the wash for a bit. I wouldn't be surprised if we lost this.
This is tactical racing so far. I mean,
Absolutely.
what great footage of this mountain bike cam we have of this is definitely and Julian is just gonna sit there on the front and okay, that looks like
That's the bottom of the wash.
That's the bottom of the wash.
They've got about 200 yards in the bottom. It's kind of a big wide one, this one, and then they'll be going up a climb, but we'll probably lose them in this wash for a bit until they pop up that next hill.
Yeah, we might be seeing a little bit of gamesmanship here coming up.
Oh,
as,
well, and I think
as this
we've
race
got
progresses.
some little inside info from our friend Aaron here, and I think he knows that Devin is probably not. Devin just took a quick glance at his watch.
And you can kind of see the hill in front of them. It's not
Yeah.
long, but
It's kind of a tilt,
Yep.
but it's, almost 50 minutes in, you're going to feel it.
So these races are actually about at the halfway point, give or take.
yeah, oh yeah, they'll be at, yeah, they're probably about halfway right now. 7-ish in. Alrighty. Okay, I'm going to run
Okay.
and get back to work. But
Sure.
I'll see if I can stop by every now and then. This is fun.
No, Aaron, race director Aaron Barber, thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
If you want to stop by sometime here over the course of the morning, feel free. We're just hanging out and talking about what we're seeing here. So
Sounds good. I'll be around all day.
thanks. That was Aaron Barber, our race director here at the McDowell Mountain Frenzy 25K. I do see a few guests here, and actually there's one that I want to see if I can get over here. If we can get her attention. So if you're out there here and you see Megan Slavin, then we would love to have Megan come over and join us for a few moments. I'm on the air here, guys, and I just spilled coffee all over myself. Come on over and sit down. No, I want to talk to Megan. Yes. Yes.
All right, Chris, sorry about that. I went
That's okay.
for a porta potty stop and you spilled your coffee.
Yeah.
Come on in, grab a mic. We'll just let me make sure we're turned on. We have the couch mic on, Jorby? All right.
Awesome.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Folks, we're joined by Megan Slavin, and the reason why I wanted to bring you on here is because you were selected for Western States a few years ago. You ran it. You had success. You finished. But you were on this course when you found out, weren't you?
I was. Yes.
So
Yes.
describe that feeling. What race were you running, and what happened? Talk us through what happened there for you.
So I was out here running the 50-mile race,
Mm-hmm.
and I had my cell phone in my pack, but my husband was like, "Do you want me to tell you if you get drawn for Western States today?" And I was like, "Well, the chances are pretty slim, so I don't know, whatever you want to do." And so I'm just out there running, and I could feel my phone going off, but I thought it was just people posting about the race, and so I didn't pay attention to it. And then I was climbing up Thompson Peak, which is the biggest climb in the 50-mile race. And I got a text from Brian that said, "Remember when you got into Western States?" And I was like, "What?" I'm climbing up this hill. I don't really know, what that meant. And then I actually saw Jamil on the climb on Thompson Peak, and then he just kind of told me that I got in. So I found out in the middle of the race that I got into Western States, and came through the start finish area, and Brian, my husband, came in to pace me to the finish, and we just kind of talked about, yeah, you got into Western States. So
now we better figure the rest of our life out.
right, exactly.
Yeah, that's actually kind of a fascinating thing to think about. You're in the middle of a race, and then you find out you get picked for arguably the race of a lifetime to some people, and I'm sure it was at that point the biggest race imaginable. So at that point, are you like, once you know, are you able to focus on what you're doing, or do you start to like pivot and your brain goes, well, okay, now I got to think about pacers and I got to think about this, and like, did you have a sudden transition into what your focus was, or?
We were definitely like planning the race. So we're like
Quickly go book an Airbnb real quick.
Yeah, we're like, we still have 8 miles of this race left, but yeah, we should figure out like what friends we want to bring and start planning the race. So
Yeah, and that's one of the things like I love about having McDowell Mountain Frenzy on Lottery Day is that we've seen people pulled from this. Pulled for the lotteries while they're out here on these courses, whether they be running the 25K like Angela Feldman or like you running the 50 miler. I think that's one of the beautiful things about this race, and seeing the emotion and the excitement, and also kind of just visualizing in my head like, oh, what goes through their mind when they're in that situation where it's okay, all of a sudden, like maybe you've been training to run this 50 miler, that's no small feat, and then all of a sudden you realize, well, maybe this is just the start of the training cycle where things got real. So how many tickets did you have at the time?
it was my 3rd year, so only 4.
Oh, wow. Back in the day when...
Yeah.
So I remember when you got selected, because I was out here, and I remember thinking, because there were a couple of people who I'd known at this event getting selected with like 4 tickets or 8 tickets. I thought that was the norm. And maybe it was at that time, but it no longer is anymore. So
No, and we like my friend ran in 2018, so I was I paced him at the race, and we stood at Michigan Bluff and we talked to a lot of the runners, a lot of their crew, just how many years did it take your runner to get in, and for a lot of them it was like that same kind of like 4 to like 6 years or something like that, and I just kind of always believe that. Like when it's your time, it's your time. And so I just, it's hard because I know a lot of people get like really upset like that they're not going to get drawn, but it's, just kind of cool to come out here, do a race, like not think about it. And you're still in the community that you love, and like you're doing something that is, good training for Western States, but you can't really control the odds, and just whatever happens. So.
Are you in the lottery this year?
I'm not in the Western States Lottery, but I am in the Hard Rock Lottery.
Okay. How many tickets do you have there?
8.
That's getting real.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's getting real, but it's like 2.2% chance.
Yeah.
So.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Like, I always,
Yeah, it is.
I thought it was
It
wow, it's getting tough these days.
Yeah.
So I'm sure you're glad you got the opportunity to run Western States when you did that.
Yes, and I'm so excited that you got in.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
it's
you.
going to be awesome.
Well, actually, that was one of the cool things. So last year when I was covering Western States as part of Mountain Outpost, Brian and Megan basically let me borrow a pair of Brian's sweatpants as a pillow. And I fell asleep, for lack of a better description, in a parking spot in Forest Hill. Like basically just laid down behind a car and took a nap.
Well, I'm glad you did that last year, because there's no napping for you this year.
This is true. So, but Megan,
We're keeping those sweatpants away from you, dude.
I was frantically like motioning over to Megan. I was like, I'm like trying to get her to come over here, and she's like looking around, like, because she's in a group of people. I'm like, no, I want to talk to you because you have that experience of being at McDowell Mountain Frenzy and being pulled for Western States. So, Megan, thanks for joining us.
Thank you
thanks
so
a
much.
lot,
Thanks for
Megan.
having me. Have a
Awesome,
good
and
day.
good luck in the Hard Rock Lottery. Starts in
good
about an
luck.
hour. Yeah.
Megan Slavin, folks. Yeah, Megan is a local runner here, and she's here with her husband Brian and Strider, their lovable dog.
So cool. What a cool story. And again, back to the race, we still have our group of 3 in that same order. Julian leading off the front with Kyle Gallagher in the middle, and Devin Sharps in third.
They're coming up to the start finish line here.
They're about an hour in.
They're coming up those washes here, so if we have any cameras that are here near the start finish line,
there's a big wash they're crossing. Yep.
Yeah, they're going to be
Right about an hour in.
I believe fairly close here. So, I guess if it's an hour, maybe they're not where I thought they were.
Well, that
but-
would be 6-minute pace. I think
Yeah.
it's probably. I would guess they're running about 7s.
Yeah.
It could be about
But
15 minutes
the thing
away
that
or
I'm amazed, like, and we talked about, like, obviously we can see Devin better than we can the other two, but look at how chill he looks.
Yeah,
like
he
that
really
that
does.
arm swing is controlled. It's focused. Devin looks extremely good right now. So, okay, I know where they are. Actually, they're going to be coming up like the road is going to be on their right hand side here.
Yeah,
very
so
shortly.
this is,
Yeah.
and when Aaron was on, he was talking about this is a pretty big wash, and then you can see that bend to the right. So they are closing in on the road, but this is a little rolly-ish through here for sure. It's a great story. That's a great story for
Yeah.
Megan.
And if we get a chance, if I know that Noel Kingston is running the 10 miler.
Play pit, so we should be able to see Josh Walker or Randy Chavez coming down the hill pretty soon. That hill right behind us, T-Bone Ridge.
Aaron's on the mic letting everybody know the 5 milers are closing in, as we would have expected.
Josh Walker, no surprise there, as we mentioned, very fast. Randy Chavez, I believe, was one of the other people we saw visuals on before the start of the race as well. So those runners that tend to hang out at the front of the start line tend to be the ones we will see later on. So no surprises there. I can see our ace videographer, Jamil Curry, standing over on the far side of the...
Yeah, he's getting
The
ready to
setup.
see folks come in and out of the... And I just had to grab my phone out of the charger since it's getting close to time. I still go old school and follow the lottery on ultralive.net.
We are going to be on course record watch day 2. Course record for the 5 mile is 35:32 from Bill Dittman back in 2017.
Follow the Western States Lottery on ultralive.net and the Hard Rock Lottery on Twitter. That's how I roll.
Well, that's right. They still do the Hard Rock Lottery on Twitter. That's right. And they like traditionally they always released it in like batches of 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and before they start, they tend to give Dale's picks, which would be interesting this year. I think that there's a little bit of discussion to be had with regards to Dale's picks.
I think Zach Miller's got to get one just because he didn't make the start line
that's
last
kind
year.
of the thought is that Zach Miller, you know, potentially getting a quote Dale's pick simply because he wasn't able to run the race last year. I mean, he tried.
Yeah.
Oh man, he tried last year. I mean, you know, he wanted to start that race quite badly, but was advised by pretty much everybody who had his ear to not try and run after a burst appendix. So
Yeah. These guys are moving.
Hey, thank you. I don't have any other options. Local legend Dave Bliss coming by to congratulate me for
There
getting
you
to the Western
go.
States and reminding me also that I have to finish, and that is definitely how I feel. I feel like I'm, you know, as we can see, obviously with it being lottery day, there are people who are excited and following, you know, the broadcasts, but
All right, I can see a runner
you
coming
know.
down the ridge. That looks like Josh Walker in the black kit. 31 minutes right now. He's going to be close to course record, if not under it. He disappeared right now, but he is coming down T-Bone Ridge. And, oh, it's another black kit. So it could be, there was Josh Walker and Randy Chavez. And you can see him on the hillside. Those are going to be your leaders in the 5 mile. Looks like there is a little bit of separation now that we're together.
Right now, we are looking. We're still.
Going to come down the hill and basically straight.
Our mountain bikers doing a great job here,
Absolutely.
hanging with these guys on the 10-mile loop. They've just hit an hour and 1 minute, going through another big wash. Again, Julian Couillou, Kyle Gallagher, Devin Sharps, in
Yep.
that order. Looks like the Western States Lottery, the official number is 257 that they will draw in the full lottery. There is always the lottery within the lottery. They reserve 3 spots to draw for members of the audience at the Placer High School auditorium, and then they go 75 deep into the wait list. Those of you who care about that kind of thing.
All right, I can see our leader making his way through the last couple washes. That looks like it's going to be Randy Chavez. And Josh Walker, oh boy, only 5 or so seconds behind.
Aaron, that was great. Oh, boy.
They both got wheels. There's a couple more washes that they got to go through.
Yeah, there's a couple of steep, like very short climbs in the last you're talking maybe like 15 to 20 feet of elevation gain, but like you're basically heading up right up the side of the wash, like super steep.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how these final finishers of the 5 mile wrap up their race. As we mentioned, yeah, you're looking at.
I think Randy Chavez is going to take it, but Josh Walker's going to be right on his heels.
Ooh, there's the first
So
move
Devin makes
of
the
the
pass.
day. I think Devin saw Julian stretching the rubber band a little bit and went around Kyle Gallagher.
Making his way through the last couple washes, really blitzing it in, holding off a hard charge by Josh Walker. It looks like it'd be Randy Chavez taking it in. So let's hear it for him when he comes up this last little.
Yeah, I do not think Devin wants Julian to stretch the rubber band anymore.
Here he is.
Oh, and they're coming up to.
Oh, we got cars.
Yeah.
And it's going to be.
So they're going to come up actually from this other end, I believe, AJW.
Yep.
So
We can see
they basically are coming from the far end of the parking lot here.
the 25K runners.
Randy Chavez taking the win.
So 5 mile winners just finishing. Here come the
A fast closing Josh Walker.
25K runners are down at the bottom end of the parking lot.
Looks like Josh is going to be under the course record time as well.
So the 10 mile or the 25K runners are actually going to be coming out of your upper left hand side of your screen there.
4:20 and 34:42.
Let's keep the drone actually back the other direction. Yeah, I was going to say, if you pan that wide to the left, please.
The old course record.
Are we able to do that?
So there's the
'Cause
finish
we-
of the
because
5
our-
mile loop.
There we go.
Okay,
there we go. So that is Julian Kuyu,
Coming into the
And,
parking lot. We're going to see him right behind these
Kyle
porta
and Devin
potties in
running
a
side by
second.
side. Yeah.
Oh, whoa. Looks like Julian. All right, they're all together. Let's just call them all together. Julian just started running randomly across the
They
parking
just
lot.
missed a cone. It happens.
Here, should see him coming up right here.
Yep, we can see them right across
There
the way
they
now.
are. There's our top
25K
three.
lead pack. This is Julian Ryu, Devin Sharps, Kyle Gallagher, all run together. They've got a 5 mile to go.
All right, 5 miles to go for the 3 lead men.
So about 8K each, and looks like Devin is moved into second, trailing right behind Julian.
We'll get an unofficial clock on 4th. The race within a race here.
So
of
they
course.
105.48, 105.49, 105.50.
Okay.
So you're talking 2 seconds separating first and third here after their first loop, the long loop. Now they've got the short loop, so we'll see what happens on that.
Again, in the Sonoran Desert Cup, Devin Sharps is sure to move up in the rankings. There's a good drone shot of our top 3. We're still awaiting Cody Goodwin.
So it looks like that bike cam is following right behind them. And Julian looks like he's opened up a little bit of a
Yeah, he has opened a
Again,
little
I
bit of a
mean,
lead.
Devin, and I mean it's you're talking, negligible at this point, but at the same time it is kind of interesting to see how Kyle and Devin are, basically a step behind, whereas Julian is probably about a 5 meter lead on them at this point, which obviously translates to roughly
Virtually.
2 seconds, but It is interesting. Like Devin seems content to hang back, or maybe Devin and Kyle both. So.
All right, we have yet to have the fourth place. Here it is, fourth place.
Fourth place runner, I believe. Cody Goodwin.
Okay, so Cody Goodwin with about
2 minutes back.
2 minutes back.
And you can see the desert is nice and green here this year. Nice and lush. The temperatures are very pleasant right now. I'll double check to see what they are. Last I checked, it was about 52, 50 degrees. About 56 degrees, but 56 and sunny can get warm in a hurry out here in the desert.
Okay, still just a few seconds.
Yeah.
So they'll certainly be in under 140, I would guess, based on what the 5 milers times were, but I'm thinking the course record of Mr. Popejoy is safe.
Yeah, that would require you're talking about a 25-minute split for
for 5 miles.
Yeah. Yeah, 140 looks like a reasonable goal for the front.
Cody Goodwin still in range. But again, this could certainly shake up the top two. We could see Julian get a bit of a gap in the Sonoran Desert Cup after the fall series wraps up.
I think Julian is starting to.
He is. He definitely is. That's
to push the gap here a little bit. It's no longer like a 2-second gap. It's probably 6 or 7.
And Devin is either content to let him go or has no choice but to let him go.
Yeah, that's a nice little punchy hill right there. Then they're going to take dip down into the wash and then take a left.
Female in the 5 mile.
That's a little steep little downhill there into this wash.
This is going to be Josephine Smeets.
Julian does look smooth.
Oh, yeah, he's opened up a significant lead now at this point. Wow,
Great shot.
that was sudden,
Great
too.
shot there.
Looks like this is our 5-mile leader.
15-year-old Josephine Smeets.
Wow, 15-year-old. Remember that name.
15-year-old Josephine Smeets was running the race with
Congratulations. 5 mile
perhaps Father Robert as well, but Josephine hit clay pit at 31:41 and finishing with a time of 40 minutes, 51 seconds. Congratulations to Josephine. Looks like our third male is coming in as well. That should be Colby Wright.
That was 17-year-old Colby Wright rounding out the
All right, so we've got
15 and 17-year-olds taking
indeed,
podium
some
spots.
young runners rolling in.
Remember these names, people. Remember these names.
Okay, so our second and third place runners, Devin Sharps, Kyle Gallagher.
Yeah, Julian, he showed us something there.
Julian seems to be gone.
Yeah.
Wow.
mile mark in the 25.
I mean, he was stretching, and then boom! It seemed like that those couple steep descents through that big wash.
We do have our fifth male through the start-finish line, Isaiah Ford, in 1:08, about 3 minutes 20 seconds back of the lead.
Yeah, I don't think Cody's out of it yet. It's gonna be tough for him to reel in Julian, but 2 minutes to Kyle and Devin at the. Looks like our mountain biker has gone around our second and third to chase down Julian.
Yeah, Julian moving very well, very smooth here through these trails. Not a whole lot of technical running here until the very end. The last half mile, he's going to have to climb up that steep little T-bone punch
That you and Aaron were talking about. Yeah.
and then down the other side is fairly technical, but Julian is perfectly capable of handling that. So, but he did open up a lead that was looked like it was maybe about 15, 20 seconds, which is not insurmountable, but not inconsequential at this point with less than probably about 4 miles to go.
Yeah, I think an interesting subplot in the Sonoran Desert Cup standings will be Cody Goodwin's finish. With 2 seconds right now. Those points of the 2 second places will be good enough, unless he's able to reel in and catch Julian. He could just be content with those 2 second places and sit in second place overall at the end of the fall series. So potentially no reason to sort of bury himself at this point. Just about 9:15 local time in Arizona.
So Randy Chavez and Josh Walker both ran under course record pace for the 5 miler, finishing about 22 seconds apart. For those following what's going on in the other races, in the 50K, the highly contested 50K, Justin Grunwald, Bryce Brooks, Jesse Chizette, all three through Granite Tank at mile 11.7. On the women's side, Devin Yanko, Natalie Horn, and Penelope Friedman.
I think here's first place woman.
So yeah, that is our drop in from California. That is Lindsay Allison right there, whose hair caused us to mistake her in a bit of a quick glance for Amanda Basham.
I think I think that's Amanda Basham. I recognize those calves anywhere.
Well, if so, then she's running with Lindsay Allison's
She's
bib.
running with Lindsay Allison's bib, because I've known Amanda for a long time. If somebody could confirm that, if somebody could confirm that Amanda Basham is running with Lindsay Allison's number, I would appreciate it, because that's Amanda. Apologies to Lindsay Allison wherever you are.
That's Allison Lindsay. Getting the class topped off at the 8th station. 5 more miles to go.
Lindsay Allison. So Lindsay Allison's in second place.
So if Josephine got the course record on the 5 mile, that would be super impressive, because on the women's side, Brooke Andrews is a former Division I runner. And when she did that, Brooke was only like 27 years old. That would be amazing.
So taking matters into our own hands, the women's race in the 25K is led by Amanda Basham. In second place is Lindsay Allison. But that is unofficial because our tracker is not showing that. There's Lindsay Allison.
Okay. Yeah, there was a bit of confusion there. We apologize. I was like, well, that looks. Let's get a refresh there. Oops, sorry. So we've got Julian Kuyu going on the overpass. Yes, there's an overpass on this trail that they will loop around underneath as they approach T-Bone.
All right, Chris is going to run over and check with a race director to make sure we've got it right. My eyes don't deceive me usually, though, and I'm pretty sure Amanda Basham was the first runner through. It could be that she just put on the wrong bib, or something weird happened. Julian Kuyu continuing to lead, presumably extending his lead over the two runners that were in the pack.
Nicole Hansen starting her last loop. 5 more miles, Nicole.
Nicole Hansen in third, coming through the start finish. It's a good shot of Nicole. Again, as Chris was mentioning, first race in about 8 months for her after recovering from a stress fracture. Probably feels really good to be Nicole Hansen today. Just out having a great day on the trails. 15.5 miles of beautiful Sonoran Desert single track. Great drone shot there of the competitive lot here at McDowell Mountain Regional Park. Somewhat of a mecca in the world of trail and ultra running these days. Back to Julian Kuyu. Now on probably the last 3 miles of his journey. Again, to summarize, Julian Kuyu in the lead of the men's race, being chased by Kyle Gallagher and Devin Sharps with about a 2-minute gap to Cody Goodwin. Top 4 women, top 4 men. Top 4 women, unofficially, Amanda Basham, Lindsay Allison, and Nicole Hansen. Our mountain bike cam doing a fantastic job following our men's leader, Julian Kuyu. And this is the McDowell Mountain Frenzy. Third race, final race in the fall series of the Sonoran Desert Cup. Highlight on the Aravaipa running annual calendar for sure.
Okay, so I have a bit of an update.
All right, Chris, what'd you learn?
So it turns out, it sounds like Amanda Basham's chip is not registering because that was her.
Okay, good.
Like,
my eyes did not deceive me.
No. I mean, she has a very distinctive look. And I was like, does this woman look exactly like Amanda Basham? So Amanda Basham is currently in first in the women's race. Our second place woman currently stands as Lindsay Allison. And in third is Nicole Hansen. So
there you have it. So, and we're still awaiting.
We have our top 3 men and women in the 5 miles, so we're going to be doing our award.
We're still awaiting Brittany Lump, who would be the top woman in the Sonoran Desert Cup in this race.
So we're going to be looking for
Chris pulling out the grilled cheese, fresh from Patty's Kitchen, a.k.a. the main aid station.
on the women's side, Josephine Smeeks, Haley Rogers,
The Patty to whom I refer is Patty Curry, the grand poobah of all Aravaipa aid stations.
Yeah, Tracy, I agree with you there. Obviously, Josephine did not get the course record. Was about a minute and a half, 2 minutes back of Brooke Andrews' 2015 course record. I was out here that year, and I've run with Brooke before, back when I could run with people like that, and she was just absolutely screaming. I believe she actually won outright that year, so in 2015, and then she actually ran it again in 2016. But yeah, Josephine, to be within a couple minutes of a former D1 runner at the age of, Brooke was only 27 when she ran it here, so still a great talent. But let's see. Yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye out for that women's race because we are here for the women's race for sure. So that's the actual finisher's chute for the 10 mile that we're looking up right now. So the 10 mile are going to come up the chute we just saw right there. And then, here we go. Looks like Devin is giving chase to Julian.
He is. Devin has closed the gap. And it is a race. Wow, Devin could really move up in the stand. We already know he's going to move up in the Sonoran Desert Cup standings, but he could move up even a little bit further if he were to be able to nose out Julian here.
Looks like we have another 25K runner coming in. What a crystal clear shot right there. I see that's Emily
beautiful.
Bear on our little finisher shoot cam. Shout out to Emily. Emily is somebody who has lived and run all over. I believe she came here from the Ashland area. Of course, a very big running community up in Ashland, Oregon. She also has lived in the Chicago area, so...
Yeah, that is a crystal clear shot on Emily's cam. Great work, Emily.
So, looks like Nicole Hansen's bib is not registering either because we're showing Lindsay Allison and Brittany Lump. And when you know that's not exactly the case. Because Amanda Basham and Nicole Hansen are 1 and 3.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got...
They must have not followed the instructions about don't fold your bibs. Oh, our mountain bike get a flat.
I do know we did have one of our follow cams on their way out to one of the spots in the course got stuck in the wash. So
Yeah.
part of the experience. When you're covering trail races and sometimes you have some remote areas, then you just never know what's going to happen. And yeah, for those that are paying attention on multiple screens, we are paying attention as well. And the
First name's been drawn.
First name has been drawn for the Western States Lottery. So we hope that you are like us and paying attention on like every single platform possible.
And of course, it's a one-ticket person.
Was it really?
Max Naughton from England. 1 ticket. Oh, boy.
Wow. That's amazing. Of course, I do believe that our local ticket leader is here at this race. And there are 4 people tied in Arizona with 128 tickets, and one of them is Aravaipa's own Jamil Curry. So in case anybody ever wondered whether or not they played favorites, Greg Salveson, the 512 ticket man, just got in. So, but we're gonna keep an eye on that lottery, but we're not gonna try and. It is not our job to relay like a ton of it, but when we see names that are of note, we will chime in. But yeah, so of course, it looks like our drone is coming in for a landing, so we might need to hit a different shot.
Third place finisher today in a time of 45:59.
That's our aid station finish line cam right there.
Your runner-up today, Haley Rogers, 44:31. And your champion at the McDowell Mountain Frenzy 5-mile, 15-year-old Josephine Smeets, taking the win. Congratulations, lady.
As we mentioned earlier, Josephine Smeets taking the win in the 5-mile.
All right, so we're back on Devin Sharps. What we can't tell is if Julian is ahead of him. It looks like he's not. And seeing hikers out there, I think he's closing in. Right about an hour and 28 minutes.
We did have Culinary Gangster Food Truck arrive. Give them a little bit of time to get set up, but then we'll have some breakfast food and burgers available.
So the food truck out here today is called Culinary Gangster.
Nice.
That actually sounds really cool.
It does. And breakfast food and burgers. How about a breakfast burger?
Oh, I'm here for that.
Oh, yeah. Devin Sharps rolling into the lead. Probably a few minutes out from the finish here.
It has gotten up to about 58 degrees here in Fountain Hills, Arizona. It is a gorgeous day.
It really
not a cloud
is a
in the
gorgeous
sky,
day.
as you can see there. Just a beautiful day, beautiful event here, and again, kind of a transitionary race in terms of, is it the beginning of your season? Is it the end of your season? It depends.
That's right.
As like one of my favorite things about this broadcast this morning was talking to Megan Slavin. Having Megan in here talking about the experience of being on this course, running this race, and then getting picked for Western States. That's a wild thing.
Well, when Aaron was in here and they were still on their first loop, he mentioned he trains with Devin Sharps from time to time, and his observation was that Devin looked controlled and focused. Now we have camera on Amanda.
Now that we've
leader.
established, yes, that is Amanda Basham. We knew it was, but we were kind of, being like told that it wasn't, like basically by our resources, but it was like we knew.
Just goes to show, sometimes you can outsmart technology.
And we are also paying attention tonight, as we mentioned. We'll be, rifling off names of perhaps some locals here, some prominent names that maybe get picked in some of the big lotteries that are going on this morning.
Amanda looks nice and smooth on this section.
Yeah, sometimes you have to just trust your eyes over what the technology is telling you. I think at that point,
Amanda Basham, a definite veteran of the sport, probably been in it more than a decade now. A couple of top tens at Western States, some fantastic results around the world. Great to see her come down to the desert and throw down a fast 25K. There's Julian. Jamil Curry's name was just picked in the Western States Lottery.
Oh, really?
Jamil Curry is in the race. He's out there filming. Someone's going to tell him right now. Zach's telling him, I think. Let's get him a hat. Chris is going to run a hat out to him. Jamil Curry. He's not going to stop filming, of course. The show must go on. That's going to add another dynamic to the Mountain Outpost race coverage this year.
Running out of people.
Jamil Curry got in with 128 tickets in the lottery. There he goes. He's going to put the hat on. Congratulations, Jamil.
So he's got Cocodona. I'm sure he's in the Hard Rock Lottery, too.
Yep, the Cocodona Western States double. Here we come. We expect Devin Sharps in the next few minutes, the 25K leader.
Is it still Devin, or is it?
We're not sure.
It's going to be close. See, this is where all hell breaks loose on the broadcast side.
Absolutely. We got two lotteries going on. We got the race finishing. All kinds of stuff. We are here till noon Arizona time, so we'll have plenty of time to rehash all this stuff.
Yeah, Jamil is here filming for, and I did hand him the See You at States hat. So
yeah, and he put it on. We were able to let him know pretty quickly that he was in. He's filming. Of course, we know this past year Jamil ran Hard Rock on just a couple of training runs, we think.
that's the level of normal for Jamil at this point.
Course record is safe as we expected in the 25K. Third race in the Sonoran Desert Cup. Final race in the Fall Series. Well, Chris, I think you've lost one of your pacers for Western States. I know you had made a preliminary arrangement with Jamil, but I'm sure you'll find plenty of takers out there.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. What am I going to do? Yeah. So obviously, actually, the next man up. I'm pretty sure he knows who he is because with my pacers, I wanted to pick people who would help me on this journey and been a part of it, and so between Jamil, you. My son, and the next person he knows who he is. He might not realize it.
He might not know who he is yet, but
definitely expecting. There's a guy up in Flagstaff that's going to be hearing from me very shortly.
Very good, very good.
We did have another local runner, Lars Peterson, out of Chandler.
Oh, there we go.
That's where I live, but
with 8 tickets.
I'm not familiar with Lars, but congratulations to Lars.
We're awaiting the finish of the men's finish of the 25K. At last sight, Devin.
Julian Caillou open up about a minute gap on
Oh.
the rest of the field. So we're expecting to see Julian coming through
Aaron.
down the hill.
Aaron is reporting Julian in front, so I know we had a little bit of back and forth. We thought we had a little bit of back and forth with Julian and Devin. Julian Caillou, tied for the lead in the.
There's speculation as to whether or not Jamil will be able to run and fly a drone at the same time at Western States. Oh, wow. Look at Julian right there. Looking smooth.
In second place was Devin Sharps.
I love this shot right here, actually.
Gallagher. So that's the order we're kind of looking
That's
at. But Julian Caillou
We had him.
Looks
should
like
be coming down the hill.
Oh, no, he was at the bottom of the hill, Aaron. He's
Julian
scooting,
is at the bottom of the hill.
which would probably put him at about a 144 finish, maybe.
Julian coming down.
I have to admit, AJW, it is definitely a relief to not have that this hanging over my head. To be excited, to be able to be excited and happy for everybody else without stressing my own brain out. You can see Julian actually over on the far side is at the
there
bottom.
he is.
Indeed,
He is flying.
we can see Julian from where we're at. He's about maybe about a third of a mile out. So. He'll be finishing up very shortly, and whenever he's ready, we'll obviously be happy to have him in here in the studio to discuss his race. And it sounds like, as we're hearing here, that he might have opened up about a about a 1 minute lead on Devin Sharps, which not. I don't think that Devin's going to be able to make that up based on the fact that it's this close to the finish. So,
Looking good for Julian.
yeah, Julian's looking really strong there.
All right, we have our 25K champion making the way to the finish. About 100 yards to go. It's going to be Julian Caillou taking the victory.
Julian.
He is motoring his way in.
Of course, you can see runners from several different distances and disciplines out here as well.
Our men's winner, McDowell Mountain Frenzy 25K. Third race in the Sonoran Desert Cup. Gives Julian 2 wins.
We're looking for a blue shirt
There he comes.
and someone running very fast, and there he is. That's Julian.
That's going to be
Caillou.
maximum points in the Sonoran Desert Cup series for Julian.
So that'll put Julian up to 50 points, which would be because it would be the top
There it
2 races.
is.
So
Nice finish.
he nudges up from 46 to 50 points, which would make him, just simply mathematically impossible to surpass at this point.
At McDowell Mountain Frenzy
Yep, there it is. So yes, the
Sonoran Cup.
they can take the two of their best two results in the fall series. It's out of 3 races. In the spring series, it's out of 4 races. Chris, how's Hard Rock doing their lottery? It's not on Twitter anymore.
It's on open split time.
Open split
Here,
time. All right.
I'll share
Get
a.
that screen open for us.
At 142.51 for Julie Caillou.
They haven't actually started yet though.
Devin Sharps and Kyle Gallagher.
That's just their list
Yeah,
of
that's the
entrants.
list of
Okay.
entrants.
See one of them right now.
But yeah, if you wanna take a look
Yeah.
at and see, you can
I've
scroll down
got
if you want.
Western States.
Oh, okay.
I'm good for that. You know, I got my priorities. I love Hard Rock. Don't get me wrong.
There's Devin. Devin just crested this last wash. He's going to be taking the runner-up spot.
Devin Sharps coming in second place.
Nice strong finish, Devin. Looks like Kyle was able to make a charge at the end.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Devin is
He's late. He's got it.
leaving it all
He's
out
got
there,
it.
but
Right on.
Boing!
Made Devin work for every second of it.
oh, so only about
Wow,
a
what a
5-second
close
gap
finish.
between Devin and Kyle. Devin's stomach is really giving him a hard time right now. Let's just leave
Oh,
it at
are
that.
we getting a puke shot? All right. See, this
Well-
race. Oh, yeah. This race has it all. This race has it all.
Oh my!
For all of you who are interested in participating in this sport, that's what you get. Atta-way, Devin. Way to leave it all out there.
I've never had this like the full-on level of reversal of fortune that Devin has had, but when I do, it's for the shorter races. It's the sub ultra stuff. The ultra stuff doesn't wreck me like that
It's funny how that happens.
because I think you just push.
Good race by those 3. They were the podium from the get-go.
Yeah, they basically held serve. A little bit of jockeying between Kyle and Devin, but the two of them, finishing 2 and 3. Julian had a great race, so and we're going to keep an eye out for our next few men as well as the top women. We expect that Amanda Basham is likely to be the winner in the women's race, but with a few minutes to go, you just never know what's going to happen. And 489 Cody Goodwin just finished as well, so you have your top 4 men in. Of course, we did just witness a bit of reversal of fortune on one of our runners. That's bib number 485 right there, Isaiah Ford, our 5th place finisher in the men's race. Of course, I want to offer congratulations to the first person on site here at McDowell Mountain Frenzy to be selected for a lottery here, and that was none other than Jamil Curry. Jamil Curry got selected as a participant in Western States this year, which means he will be having plans to run in Auburn. And unfortunately for me, that means I need to find another pacer because Jamil was going to be one of my pacers at Western States, but I already know who it's going to be. So I'll be contacting him. Actually, I should probably just shoot him a text here in a minute, but
They just don't. He just doesn't know it yet.
I'm sure he has an idea. So I'm actually just going to text him right now while we're on the air to see if he would even be available.
I think I know who it is too, and I would love to share whooping your butt tactics with him.
So
All right, the men's race, the men's podium, and I saw that Cody Goodwin got across the line as well. So Cody will stick in his spot in second place in the overall standings, with Devin jumping up to third. That's your podium in the Sonoran Desert Cup standings after the fall series men's side. We still got 4 through 10 to sort out, and we'll have a post-mortem show later this week. Michael Copy has been selected, an athlete I coach, a Cocodona 250 finisher from Duluth, Minnesota, 75 years old. He did have 256 tickets in the lottery, so his odds were good. So Michael, get out there and get a little run in today, and we'll be talking on Monday about your long range plan.
In the next 5 minutes or so. So I'm going to call 6 names right now. If you
Michael Copy is 75 years old. He'll be attempting to be the oldest ever Western States finisher. Of course, we also know that Nicholas Bassett from Cheyenne, Wyoming is in the race as an 80-year-old and is attempting to become the first and only 80-year-old to finish Western States. If that name sounds familiar, Nick is the record holder in the 70 to 79-year-old age group at Western States. Well, at least I know in my coaching roster now I have 2 runners in. Dana Baxley got the spot for the Active Joe, the sponsorship spot for the Active Joe. Libby Jones, outstanding race event company out of Texas. And now Michael Copy in the lottery. Beautiful day here, Chris. Not a cloud in the sky, just a light breeze.
And not too hot, which is
Not
actually
too
been
hot.
something I've seen in the past here. I mean, I remember it would have been probably about 8-9 years ago where I had several friends, Kevin Rauter, Mark Cosmas, Michael Miller, old heads, as I like to affectionately call them, finished the 50K, and each one of them came in and immediately laid down on their back and just trying to capture their breath and cool down a little bit. But this is definitely not those conditions, and surprisingly cool, because in this morning it wasn't that cold. There are times where it is genuinely bone chilling out here. You're talking, maybe low 30s, upper 20s, because you get up here and you're sitting at
I'm seeing Jamil scurry about. We may have Amanda Basham coming down the hill.
Okay.
I'm not certain of that, but just knowing the way Jamil operates, not quite yet. The pink hair along with the pink top is usually something that is recognizable of Amanda. Yep, that's her. There she is. Amanda Basham in the lead in the women's race. Once we sorted out that her chip wasn't registering.
Yeah.
Yep, there's Amanda. Moving well.
Yeah, a great shot of her moving right to left on your screen, off in the distance. Yeah, moving really fast. Really fast.
There's a good view. Look at that. Amanda Basham, veteran ultra runner, mother of 2.
So apparently there will be multiple Walmsleys in the Western States race this year. I say Constantine Walmsley.
Yes, indeed. I saw that. 128 tickets. I love to see those 128 ticket people get picked.
Absolutely. Means they've been going after it for a long time.
All right, and ladies, in the 10 mile, your podium today, 3rd place finisher.
Thank you all for tuning in to Air Viper Running's McDowell Mountain Frenzy. I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins alongside Chris Warden. We are awaiting the finish of the first place woman, Amanda Basham. There she is.
Lauren Curry in a time of 1:19.44.
She just looks like she's so smooth right now. She looks much smoother than M2 and M3 did, for
Indeed,
sure.
indeed.
All right, and we do have our lead female on the 25K side.
Amanda was actually out here pacing at Black Canyon back in February.
This looks like it's going to be a
Oh, yeah, it's not complicated enough. The ASU game starts in a few minutes, Chris.
Yeah, right? Go Devils.
All right, she's working hard. There's Amanda.
She's going to take the win at the 25K. Real strong finish here.
Just this last little dip and up and left and gonna be done.
That's your champion today. Amanda Bass
154.15.
crushing it.
Nice run, Amanda.
So just want to, as we mentioned before, only a handful of women have broken 2 hours in this race. Let me see, 154 would put it probably about the third best all time, behind only Elsa McDonald in 2021's 152.48 and Brianna Tosca in 2023 with a time of 152.55. I'm guessing, yeah, it was about 154.10 perhaps. So, yeah, it would be a top 3 time all time here at the McDowell Mountain Frenzy 25K.
Again, we had a lighter than normal Sonoran Desert Cup group in the women's race, but we are awaiting the finish of Brittany Lump in a bit. She will cement her position in the standings.
54 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Cindy, I can't co-sign on that one.
Look at here, this is Ryan Kiwi finishing up the 25K. Coming down from Flagstaff. Great job, Ryan.
Ryan Kiwi finishing the 25K. Ryan's brother Ross is a local leader in our community.
Yes.
And Ryan basically probably just barely scooting in ahead of his partner, Nicole Hansen. As we have runners basically coming up to the finish here. Some of them are doing the 5 mile and some of them are doing the 25K. They both have the same final stretch here.
Great race today, great conditions. Again, as we've been said all along, the 50K and 50-mile runners are still out there, several hours away from their finishes. Well, not the 50K, probably an hour-ish away from the winner of the 50K. 25K runners. This is Lindsay Allison, second place female.
Yep, that's Lindsay. As we mentioned, Lindsay kind of did not come. I don't know if
Wow,
it was
she's
a late
cranking.
entry, but yeah. But Lindsay, some very impressive races, having won Lake Sonoma 50, finishing on the podium at Crown King, finishing in the top 5 at Broken Arrow Sky Race. You know, truly talented runners. So, again, that was one where, you know, sometimes when you're doing the research for these shorter distance races, one of the things about them is that, you know, it's hard to keep track of everybody, and we have to go through, like, you know, usually when we're doing 100-miler, like, ultra sign up is the perfect resource, but sometimes some of these runners, like, either A, don't have an ultra sign up, or B, sometimes in the smaller races they've come in late.
I'm gonna chalk that one into coming in late.
We do have our second
I hope.
Yeah, I would believe, because I would have at least looked to, you know.
Right, and Bay Area, I mean, it could have just been she happened to be here or had a work trip or had an opportunity to get over here. I think, I mean, I know you and the way you sleuth these results and the way you find these people who don't even have an ultra sign up result, like you did with Devin Nihill in the first race of the series.
Pretty hard
I think you would have found her. I really think you would have found her.
One more roller to go.
Lindsay Allison coming up the hill.
Great finish, Lindsay.
Gonna take.
That's a pretty stout 1 and 2, by the way, both under 2 hours. Amanda Basham.
158.17. Pretty good.
Runner up in the 25K at McDowell Mountain Frenzy, your finale for the Fall Sonoran Cup.
Great view of the camaraderie in the sport there as Lindsay and Amanda rehash stories of the day, of the morning. Amanda undoubtedly saying, how about we do another 5 miles?
I see there's a contingent of people in the chat who have escaped from Ames. So, you know, I don't know if I were to escape a place, I would probably not be as excited about it. Nice job.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, if you want to come by in maybe about 5-10 minutes.
Or now.
Yeah, we can
Come on
Have a
in.
seat.
Look at-
He knows the drill at this point. But this is the first time we've had you in the studio setting. Right?
Yes.
We are
Julian
here with,
Kuyu here. How you doing, Mud?
I finally went to the restroom. I'm feeling a lot better.
So we have to say, like, it was really fun to watch this race. I mean, to see everything develop. Like, there was a 3-horse race going in, and it looked like you were leading for all of it, if not like 99% or more of the race. But it was never more than a couple steps until the very end.
Yeah, the first half of the race, I tried to find some good rhythm for 10 miles just to see who was going to stick with me. It looked like it was Kyle, Devin, and Cody, and they all held their strength until we got to the finish line to go through for the second smaller loops, and I saw a gap opening up, and I was actually ready to go.
Did you plan that? Because, I mean, it was clear you started stretching the rubber band right after coming through here the first time, or were you just continuing your pace and you just happened to open it up?
I wanted to start out pretty strong, get the pace going about 6 minutes or so, and then after that just hold on and start to string them out. Felt pretty good. Felt really strong on the climbs despite it just being up and downs. I knew that was going to be a challenge the back half of the course, but felt pretty good.
Did you expect things to stay that tight for that long as a 3-horse race? Because it really was until about the last 2.5 miles where they were within, you know, what I would consider to be striking distance of you here.
I thought Devin or maybe Cody was going to be with me, like you said, the last hoorah of the race, but just stuck to my guns and just pulled out whatever I could.
Yeah.
So you told me, or in a conversation we had, you know, that the second race, the Pass Mountain, wasn't perfect for you, and of course we had that crazy guy come from out of town from Rhode Island, you know, and run a great race. You really wanted this one, didn't you?
I really did. I had
Yeah.
to tighten down my training for the last couple weeks. I did some doubles here and there, and I did a bit more quicker workouts on the road, a little longer. So I felt pretty good, got some sleep and good nutrition. Meal usually before is pizza. Pasta doesn't do well the day of.
I'm a big pizza guy too. So, with 2 wins, max points in the Sonoran Desert Cup. Are you thinking about that at all, or you just signing up for races and having fun?
I thought about that on the drive over this morning. I felt pretty good. I just had to stay stuck to my guns and just kind of take a leap of faith.
Right on.
So with that in mind, I mean, how much more of the race much more of the series are you going to race? I mean, are you signed up for everything else coming up, or are you going to kind of take some time to kind of chill until Damn Good Run?
Plan right now is Santan Scramble 26K. Haven't done that in, I think, 2 years. need to conquer Gold Mine at some point.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely going for my course record at Elephant Mountain, 22K. See if I can go sub 130 if it doesn't rain a couple days before. Oh, that course was muddy this year, the second half, and I was just felt like I had ski boots on.
So probably you might skip, though, Coldwater, which is longer. I think it's a 40K.
Yeah.
And Mesquite, which is just a crazy trail.
Mesquite, especially from what I've heard from people, but I usually take a little bit of some time to just get in some more training. I don't like to do back-to-back races at least a couple weeks out. Just interrupts consistency that I like to find. I'm probably going to do a damn good run in, I think it's April.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Well, that's the championship of the Sonoran Cup.
Yes.
You're going to have to do it, man.
and then the other race I'm probably going to do is Pat's Run.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So
For those that aren't familiar, Pat's Run is a 4.2-mile race that takes place in Tempe, Arizona. Finishes on the 42-yard line at Sun Devil Stadium. I did it once many years ago. It's a huge, huge festival of a race. 30,000 runners to celebrate the life and legacy of Pat Tillman. So.
And just a bringing together of the community like there's nothing else like
Absolutely.
it in the running community in the valley. So.
Have you run Pat's Run before? Or
I'm sorry?
have you run Pat's Run before?
Yes, I have. I ran it this year. I was trying to get my college time of 20:06 for
Woo.
6K. Did not go down. I did see Jessica McLean run that as a tune-up race before, I think, a little after the trials earlier this year. But we'll see what happens.
Right on. Well, enjoy a little time off. Enjoy the holidays. It was fun to see you out there. That's one more question I wanted to ask. You didn't. I mean, when you were in that pack of three, you stayed in front the entire time. I was almost thinking, is there going to be like a little like it's a bike race? Let people take turns in the front.
There was at one point early
there was?
on,
Okay.
and I just wanted to see what the guys were going to do. But after that, I was like, I got to go.
All right.
Got to make a move. Felt like Ken Miles at Le Mans today. A little bit.
Right on. Right on.
Well, Julian, thanks for joining us. Congratulations on yet another great race this weekend, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Have
you.
a good one, man. Take care.
Julian Kuyu.
Julian Kuyu, the leader and max point holder right now in the Sonoran Desert Cup.
Had a hell of a season. 2 firsts on the out of the fall series. So,
I know he was he downplayed. He was slightly disappointed after the Pass Mountain race, and really wanted to come and put a strong effort in today, and undoubtedly he did.
Shout out to one of our Mountain Outpost colleagues, Leah Yingling, for getting into Hard Rock.
Leah's in Hard Rock.
So Leah's got
Is she going to do the triple then?
Cocodona, Western States, and Hard Rock. Wow.
So are these the runners that are in?
Yeah.
So Stephanie Case is in, Leah Yingling, Chris Roberts. Nice. I wonder if Chris is a Dale's pick. He's a USA 24-hour national team guy.
Could be, but also 128 tickets. So.
Oh, yeah, true. How many tickets did Leah have?
16.
16.
See, Amanda Grimes got in. Shout out to Amanda.
That would be
local.
a beastly triple to do Cocodona, Western States, and Hard Rock.
Absolutely. Another Arizona runner picked, Stephen Ova out of White River, Arizona, I believe is associated with, I think he's a Tucson guy by association, if I remember correctly. I'll have to double check that, but.
We go 22 miles. He is cruising.
Nope, I stand corrected. He's more of a close to Pine Top Sholo guy, so in the east-northeast part of the state.
Do we have, we may have missed third place. No, Nicole Hansen, has she finished?
I haven't seen Nicole yet.
Seen Nicole. If Nicole might have finished.
Nicole literally did just finish.
Nicole
Hansen
Hansen just finished closing out the women's podium. It looks like about 6 minutes after Lindsay Allison.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we can get Amanda Basham in over here to chat with us.
Oh, I should be able to get Amanda over.
Yeah, if you want to grab her, that'd totally be fine. I can hold the fort for a minute. One of the beautiful things about the live nature of live streaming is that we kind of just do what we want as long as we're doing the right thing here at Mountain Outpost, especially for a local race such as this, the McDowell Mountain Frenzy. We've got 800 runners locally. You can see the finish line area starting to fill back up with people who are completing their races. But we've also got just to our side, you can't see, okay, I guess you can't quite see it, but we've got a huge big screen that is featuring the Western States and Hard Rock Lotteries as well as our live stream. So
they're doing the podium right now, as you can see on the drone shot. So we'll try and grab Amanda.
Oh, this is a first, a podium, like
a podium drone shot.
Podium drone shot. That's Nicole Hansen right there.
And your champion, about 90 seconds off the course record, Amanda Basham in a time of 1:54.16. Great race, ladies. Impressive times all around.
So congratulations. There's your podium right there. Excellent shot from the drone right there.
Great race for Amanda, Lindsay, and Nicole. And again, Nicole, coming off a stress fracture about 8 months ago, was just keen to have a bib on.
Shout out to another local getting into Western States,
Deb Hamberlin.
She might even be here today.
Deb runs far. Well done, Deb. I had a wonderful time running with Deb and legendary ultra runner Pam Reed for about 12 hours at the Cocodona training run back in April. Just a great person. Has her own coaching company, Kestrel Coaching. Deb Hamberlin, wonderful person. Congratulations on going to the big dance.
Yeah, Deb Hamberlin, I believe, is also, she's a former winner of the Haviland 100K.
All right.
So a talented runner in her own right, and I have no doubt that she is ready to do the work.
Oh, no doubt.
Quick little wrap around on our other races. In the 50-miler, your 1, 2, 3 on the men's side, Ryan Becker, Richard Wolfers, Trent Robinette, all through Granite Tank Aid. On the women's side, Christina Randup, Isabella Polos, and Kim Ellsworth. Kim Ellsworth out of Flagstaff, a local runner here. The 50K, your 1, 2, 3 on the men's side, Justin Grunwald, Bryce Brooks, and Jesse Chettle. Surprised not to see Nick Curry in that top three, but he likes to hang back. On the women's side, Devin Yanko, no surprise there, Natalie Horn, and Penelope Friedman.
I'm not surprised Nick's hanging back. What's the gap to the next person for Nick?
Couple seconds.
Oh, yeah.
So
no, that's seconds are nothing to Nick Curry.
This is true. And congratulations. We'll give the podiums for the 10-miler. Barrett Michalik in first place. Michael Walker in second. Greg Trent in third. On the women's side, Lauren Curry, yes, related, in first. Kristen Mankowski in second. And Chelsea Parrott in third. In the 5-miler, the 1, 2, 3, Randy Chavez and Josh Walker in 1 and 2. 17-year-old Colby Wright in third. On the women's side, 15-year-old Josephine Smeets takes it down. Haley Rogers in second, and Athena Pyros in third. So those are your podiums and your leaders at various distances and disciplines here at the McDowell Mountain Frenzy.
What was Smeet's first name? The gal. What a
Josephine.
Josephine. She had such a strong finish. And,
yeah.
Oh.
And as I mentioned, about a minute and a half, 2 minutes off of the course record from Brooke Andrews. And Brooke Andrews, as I mentioned, is a Division I runner. Like, you're talking.
Yeah.
and she was, and Brooke was only about 26 or 27 at the time of her run here. So truly a stout runner, but.
Taking a peek at that. Amber Weibel, she will be a double only 2 tickets in the Hard Rock Lottery
Wow.
game picture. She's in from South Lake Tahoe, California. She's going to be in both Western States and Hard Rock.
You can see this beautiful overhead shot of the start-finish line area of McDowell Mountain Frenzy. The action is fast and furious both here and around the Western United States when it comes to...
Chris Roberts is in Western States and Hard Rock also.
Oh, my.
He's been trying for years to get in Western States. He's got 128 tickets. I know he was one of the first people. He's a real engineering type. One of the first people to do sort of a deep dive analysis of the elastic odds of the race. So that'll be interesting for him.
Chris had 128 tickets in both races.
128 tickets in both Western States and Hard Rock. So Chris Roberts, 2025 is obviously your year. I know he'll also probably be running the Hellgate. He's an old Virginian who now lives in a former Virginian. He's not old. A former Virginian who currently lives in Missouri.
Beautiful shot there of the McDowells. You can see that is looking basically east towards
the Superstitions and Four Peaks. And
of course, that is actually only a fraction of the cars that are here at McDowell Mountain Regional Park for these races. We have over 800 runners overall. So we'll be hopefully talking to our women's winner of the 25K, Amanda Basham, here whenever she feels ready to chat. Oh, and in the 50K, Nick Curry has indeed moved up into second.
Oh, he did move up into second.
He does like to sit back.
8 minutes back of Justin. That'll be. I mean, I'm sure Justin knows Nick's MO.
Yeah.
So he's not going to chill. The new ones are coming up at the top. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
The new one is the odd number of tickets in the Hard Rock Lottery because of the single tickets that are given for volunteers or other. So that it's not all completely even numbers.
And you have to volunteer for several years in order to get a ticket.
Yeah,
It's not like it's not like
it's
you
not like
volunteer
volunteer
and get a
and
ticket.
get it. Yeah.
You have
But
to, I believe it's 5 years that you have to volunteer to get an extra ticket. I mean, so the main thrust of getting into Hard Rock is finishing your qualifiers and re-upping, but every little bit helps for a race like Hard Rock. So you just, it's so hard to get into that, you're going to do everything you can. I mean, same thing with Western States. I mean, I had people who had invited me to stay with them, and they expected to see me at the lottery today. I was not able to.
Yeah.
To be there because I had obligations here, but I do want to talk to.
I know. Everyone expected me to be there too, but here I am.
Yeah. Have a seat.
Come on in. Have a seat. Grab the mic.
Can I have my son sit next to me?
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
Have a seat.
Yeah.
Get in here, Ryan.
Come on in.
So the reason why I wanted to bring you in here, sir, and I'm sorry, your name is Ryan?
Yeah.
Ryan, I'm Chris.
Hey, Ryan, Andy. Good to see you.
Nice to meet you. So Noel Kingston, you ran the 25K today or 10 miles?
We ran the 10 mile. This was his first trail race. So,
Oh, congratulations.
Right on.
Yeah, I had to bribe him with pay for the race and then give him some lunch.
I think that worked. He's here.
Whatever it takes, right?
So the reason why I wanted to bring you in, Noel, is that last year here you ran the 50K, and when you came off the course, you had discovered that you had gotten into Western States, and you had a very enthusiastic reaction. I just wanted you to kind of tell us about what it was like to find out as you were coming off the course that you had been picked.
Well, everybody that puts in for Western States, I think, understands the significance of running in a race like that. I had been putting in for a couple of years, but probably not as many, as a lot of the people that have so many tickets. But I was very cognizant that it was lottery day when I started the race. But you're doing 50K, and I pushed hard. I was in pretty good shape, and so I kind of you lose sight of you concentrate totally on the race. And the people that I was back and forth with, you really start, just concentrating on finishing the race, finishing it strong. And I had totally forgot about the lottery. And I did not have my phone on, thank goodness. I had it turned off because people were texting me. And when I got into the finish line, Aaron Barber, I think Aerovipa just does a great job of keeping track of who gets selected and who's out on the course and announcing it. And I got a hat. And I used an expletive that I probably shouldn't have, but it was part of the raw emotion. It was just it was exhilarating to find out about the race, and so.
Well, it was so funny because I did record your reaction, and you actually said, "Hey, should we redo that?" I was like, "No, this is perfect. This is perfect."
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, Ryan was your name?
Yeah.
Ryan. So tell us what it was like to run your first Aerovipa trail race in general.
It was great. I was pretty nervous for it, but it was good. It was fun. I liked pushing, and it was.
You want to do another one?
Yeah, I'll probably. Yeah, I'll be back.
So 10 miles. Are you used to running that distance, or was this
No,
something?
this was the first time.
Oh wow! So not only first trail race, but first time hitting double digits.
Yeah,
or?
yeah. I haven't really ran that often before. I think it was probably like 10 months ago. I could barely run like 2 miles. So,
Really?
Yeah. So it was kind of cool being able to see.
Did you guys run together?
We did.
Did you?
That's
Yeah.
awesome because your old man is a real stout runner. Let's be completely honest.
I thought he was going to smoke me. It's not happening, but it was fun.
Yeah, it was our goal. It was our goal to run together, and I didn't know what the day would bring for us, and then so you start running, and we both felt good, and I was asking him, you want to push this? Should we back off? So the whole race was like that, and we tried to do the best we could, for the 10 miles, and we did a great job. We finished in 148.
Yeah.
So
that's solid.
That's nice.
That's not just him sandbagging. That's a legit solid time.
Yeah, it was fun.
So I'm hoping he comes back for more
will.
punishment.
I definitely will.
Right on.
Well, Noel, congratulations. Ryan, congratulations, and welcome to the trail running community.
Exactly.
We're glad to have you.
Yeah, right on.
That's,
and I'm excited for you.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Noel and
Thanks
Ryan
a lot,
Jinkston.
Noel, Ryan.
I wanted
guys
to
are
bring
awesome.
them in to talk to Noel about his experience being called for Western States while he's running McDowell Mountain Frenzy.
Just awesome.
And to find out that his son Ryan was, running the trails for the first time, we got another one. So we are going to be awaiting our next guest here in a few moments. Jamil got into Hard Rock.
Gary Foreman.
Into Western
States. Gary Foreman, Western States.
Awesome.
Is in. Oh, look who's here.
Oh, hello.
How are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. Good to see you.
You too. I'm really hoping I get into the lottery today.
We got it here. We'll
Okay.
see.
Has it started?
Which lottery?
Western.
Oh, Western
Yeah.
States.
So-
we haven't been pulled yet. Jamil got it. Yeah, Jamil got in.
No way.
He's in both.
He's in
Yeah.
both now. Yeah.
No.
He's like, yeah, I got a pretty good chance. I think I might get in. And then he's like, ooh,
He's in.
Get into
just
both.
got in.
He's
Oh,
in.
no. Both? Is he going to do both? He'll probably do both. Yeah.
I'm like bursting right.
He'll do both.
Gary got in. Gary got into Western States. Gary.
Gary
Wait.
Foreman.
It's still going, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like this.
I got a chance.
Yes,
You got a chance.
absolutely.
You got a chance.
It's pure chaos right now. So Amanda Basham, welcome and congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah.
Taking down the 25K here at the McDowell Mountain Frenzy.
When did you decide to jump in the race?
Monday, I think.
Monday. Okay.
Yeah, I was like, if we want to do this, we got to register because it closes tonight.
So was this the first time that you've run a race this short in Arizona?
Probably, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
first time I've run that short of a race in a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think sometimes I'm better at this because I'm really bad at pacing, honestly. And this, you just kind of send it
Yeah.
and hold on. And, you don't have to think about it. You
Yeah.
just go.
Well, your stride looked really good. We were really impressed with like the last. We have great camera visuals of runners coming in, and you looked like very smooth coming down off T-Bone Ridge, and we were like, oh yeah, this is this is the mark of a well-seasoned, well-prepared runner. So you looked fantastic out there.
Oh, thanks.
So since I have you here, what's your secret for staying at it so long? Having all these kids, having a partner who runs ultras too.
Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of people wonder that.
I think I wonder that still.
And I mean, it's not like it's all rainbows and unicorns.
No.
You've had good times. You've had not so good times.
Yeah.
But like, is it? I guess what I want to know is it mental? Is it physical? Is it a blend of both? Is it sort of let's see what this day, week, month, year brings?
It's a lot of everything that you just said.
Is
it?
it?
Yeah, it's kind of a mix of bad days, mentally rough times, and mentally good times, and physically rough and physically good, and just seeing what the year or this month or this day brings. It's just kind of all over the place. It's really pure chaos, and I think for a while I was trying to really do things the way I did before kids.
Yeah.
And it was really hard on me mentally. And then I kind of just like was, this is not going to work that way.
Yeah.
So I've got to just do this with how life is now. And that's a lot better on me mentally. So now it's a lot like, I guess we're going to go to McDowell 4 days before the race.
So it's a little bit kind of like life. You just, instead of, maybe before kids and when you can be a lot more single-minded, it's like we're going to do this, then we're going to do this, then we're going to do this. Now it's a little bit more like, well, we'll see.
See what happens.
See what happens.
Yeah. Pretty much. And I'm trying to approach everything like that with performing too. I think with coming back after kids with sponsors, you feel a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Even though I think I put a lot of that on myself, like most people, but you still kind of feel like, okay, like I'm here, this is my job. Like they expect me to perform well. Like, yeah, I've had kids, but I'm like, just feel like I got to get back to that level that I was at before. And I'm trying to just really drop that because all of mine have been really great supporters anyways, and I'm just putting it on myself. And so far, that's been a lot better approach.
That actually was, you kind of alluded to it, and that was going to be one of my next questions, was the fact that, as a woman and as a parent, trying to balance the fact that you do have, obligations to your family and also the perceived obligations to your sponsors. I'm glad to hear and correct or clarify this. It sounds like they're quite supportive of you and the balancing act that you have to undergo as a person in two different worlds there.
Yeah, they are. I mean, I've been with Ultra. They're my primary, and I've been with them for, I think, 8 years, going on 9 years. I'll be with them again in 2025. And they've been through a lot of stuff with me. Bad, good, all of the stuff. Little monsters, a pandemic, and I mean, they're just great about everything all the time. And I think, they've been through growing pains also.
Yeah.
And I think we've just worked together through those bad and good times. And I think it's nice to have a sponsor who has really been at your bottom with you also, because then when you're in a good place doing really well, it's like, that's just the cherry on top.
Dang. So, okay, we're sitting here waiting on the lotteries. We'll see what happens. But again, related to this, is 2025 kind of a, you mentioned you're back on with Ultra again. I mean, you're one of a handful of athletes who were with Ultra in the pre-VF years, right?
Yeah.
Which I think is really cool.
Yeah.
But, I mean, is it sort of a blank slate for 2025? You just see, or do you have things already on the calendar? Or?
Well, I have quite a few plans already, as usual.
I kind of knew that.
I also hired a coach recently, Robbie Britton, who's
right on.
Hayden Hawks and Danny Jones, Caitlin Fielder's coach. He's awesome. And
I ran into him, by the way, out on the Leadville course.
Oh, cool.
He was running, and he had this whole cadre of what's that precision energy.
Yeah.
All these British dudes are out
yeah.
there. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
So has that been fun working with him?
It has, and I think it takes one more thing off of my mind.
Yeah.
I can just look at my plan, I do it, and then I move on with my day. And I kind of need that with kids and the chaos of everything else going on. And I pretty much just want to race more. And I told them I want to race more and I want to enjoy it. And then the performances will come, I think, through that.
Yeah.
But I want to go into it just wanting to enjoy it without really like the performance part in mind.
Right.
Whereas like the past few years, I've really tried to get into Western and be at the Golden Ticket races and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's not really a good primary reason to do a race, I think.
Yeah.
Like it's a good, again, like cherry on top. And you go into it wanting to have fun and be competitive. And then hopefully that turns into a
I've
good
always
performance.
thought, though, it's a really good race for you.
Yeah,
like,
Western.
I mean, I'll never forget that 2016 race that you just plowed through the field.
Oh, that was so fun.
I mean, when you passed us, I was like, oh, she's on a
Yeah.
burner.
Well, that one was cool, too, because I went into it never have finished 100 miles.
I know.
And I was like, you know, I want to have a good time, and I
Yeah.
want to get to the finish. So I was very conservative through 90-ish miles.
Yeah.
Maybe, well, probably through Forest Hill, and then I started picking it up. The last
You were not
10
conservative
miles.
climbing up from the river. You were cranking.
Yeah. Green Gate, I think I ran that whole thing. But
Yes, you did.
I remember the last 10 miles, I just sent it. And
Yeah.
I went from like 10th to 4th in 10 miles.
Yeah.
And it was pretty sweet.
Yeah.
If I can get back to that, that'd be great.
So, if somebody were, for instance, running Western States for the first time in 2025,
Did you get in?
I got in through a sponsor.
He got the
Oh,
ultra
sweet,
running
okay.
the ultra running magazine.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So, what is the one piece of advice you would wish you had known going into your first Western States that you know now that you would pass on to somebody else?
Oh, man. That I wish I had known. Well, I don't know. I mean, I still think a lot of what people have always said still applies in a way. I think it's faster now, even like for the elites, it's a little faster.
Sure.
But it's still kind of like you better have legs at Forest Hill. I think that's going to apply forever.
Yep.
And so whatever that means for you, like take it easy and then see how you feel then and just go. Or maybe you're someone who likes to run a little hard at first. I don't know.
Well, I've been out there and I know what that part at first is like, and so I'm like, I don't foresee myself running up the escarpment. So
Well, I don't think you have to run up the escarpment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna take a nice leisurely stroll up the escarpment, and then from there, perhaps do some running. But yeah, I can't wait. Hopefully, obviously the lottery is still going on.
My part too on that I would add, have legs at Forest Hill, and then really be able to run after Green Gate.
That's what you said,
Really,
yes.
because when you have that, I mean, if you just, if you just dropped yourself at Green Gate and went for that 20-mile training run, you'd be like, what's all the fuss about Western States for? This is just this is like running out here, So you want to have those legs where you can just, because as Amanda said, you can plow past people there.
You
Definitely.
can, and I've
Yeah.
done it. And I've also done it the opposite way. I mean,
and that's worse.
And that is worse. No matter what your place is, that is worse.
Are you going to be coming back out here to race with us here anytime in the near future? Do you think? What was your experience like here? I mean, I know you've run out here before, right?
I have. I've mostly crewed. I think.
Okay, because. But like with this being like maybe your first short distance Aravaipa event, this is what I would call the circuit, like kind of the local monthly races. What's your impression of
like the Aravaipa vibe? Like it's not Javelina or Black Canyon.
Yeah,
it's more chill.
Yeah, but Aravaipa events are just really good. Yeah. There's always a lot of people. It's always a good vibe, whether it's live streamed or not, and they're always just put on well. Mm-hmm. And I think that just makes an event good. And then I always know so many people. It's like a good little friend time, And I mean, one of the reasons I want to do the 25K instead of the longer runs is I always do the longer runs. I kind of wanted this to be like a fun afternoon workout.
Yeah. You can do it and not feel cooked afterwards.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. And then you can hang out with everyone and be functioning and not have.
So Justin's probably coming in a little bit.
Yeah, soon.
He was in the lead.
He's moving really well. Yeah.
He was in the lead, but he had local legend Nick Curry chasing him down.
Yeah, that's who he thought would be.
It's going to be an interesting little 1-2 for those guys.
Yeah. But yeah, I think I was supposed to race Black Canyon last year, and then I broke my pinky toe. Just hit it on the couch at home.
Oh.
In the wrong way. It went sideways completely, and I couldn't run for a month, like right before Black Canyon. So I couldn't do it, but then I ended up doing canyons. So I don't know. I mean, I was just out here for Javelina and crewed that. I'm not sure that I'll be running it, but but it was really fun.
It's a fun race to crew.
Very fun to crew. Yeah, so I don't know. I think my plan is to go to Chianti in February or March.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, so I know I won't be at Black Canyon.
Looks like a good potential new golden ticket race, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks pretty fun. It also looks fast.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
for sure.
For a
pretty
European
smooth.
race, especially.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Smooth rolling hills, pretty much.
Yeah.
So it's probably a good Western States qualifier.
Yeah, I think so. Amanda, awesome. Thanks a lot for coming on.
Thank
Great
you.
to
Thanks
see
for
you
joining
again.
Yeah, you
us.
too.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I'm sure we'll see you somewhere down the trail. Oh, yeah. All right.
Always.
That is our women's winner in the McDowell Mountain Frenzy 25K, the Sonoran Desert Cup race, Amanda Basham. Congratulations to her, finishing in, I believe it was just a shade under
One of
2
the top
hours.
3 or 4 fastest times, I think, in the race.
Yeah,
right?
154.16, so that would be third all time at this race. Great job by her. I want to kind of wrap around and catch up with some of these souls that we found out got into one race or another. I see that Gary Foreman, local friend of ours, leader in the Air Viper Group trail run scene, got into Western States on 16 tickets. Shea Aquilano. Who I consider to be one of the future leaders in this sport. I believe she's only like 22.
Huge up-and-comer.
Absolutely. I see...
I'll throw another one in. Liz Canty.
Yes, Air Viper Racing Team.
Has started a couple of times at the Barkley. Really strong in the big hard stuff out of Huntsville, Alabama. So good to see Liz getting in there. How about on the hard rock side?
Yeah,
You're keeping
on
better
the hard
track
rock
of
side, I think, Betsy Nye got in.
Betsy Nye got in.
I want to shout out to Ellen Silva, who is a friend of mine out of New Mexico, has run Mogi on Monster. She got in as a female finisher with 5 tickets.
A former Virginian with perhaps one of the greatest names in ultra running, Guy Love. Guy Love got in.
Sarah Lavender Smith, female
Sarah
Nevers,
Lavender Smith,
512 tickets.
I know she's been waiting, obviously,
Yeah.
a long time for this.
Yeah,
that is fantastic. Congratulations, Sarah.
Yeah, if you get in for 512 tickets, we know you've been doing the work. So, and of course, we mentioned just as we were starting our conversation, Jamil Curry now has the enviable
He's a double.
or unenviable triple of Cocodona, and then Western States, and then Hard Rock. So that's Jamil Curry's 25.
Which we think Leah Yingling also has.
Yes, Leah Yingling has that same triple. So perhaps we will be seeing more of Leah and
Melissa Ostrozewski.
Oh, nice. Melissa
in.
O.
Melissa
getting
O
in.
is in. All right, thank you. We just took a little break there, for a little production break where Jordan, one of our producers, was able to just summarize. We will stay on the air another hour or so. A couple of things in a bit. We're going to have Jamil Curry on to chat with us about his exciting 2025 that he has ahead. We'll also, as we were starting to do, summarize some of the lottery happenings, and then also just kind of keep our eye on how things are wrapping up here at the 25K, the final race, the third and final race of the fall series. I keep mentioning that it's the spring series because the weather is so spring-like
It does
out
feel
here.
very much like spring
but
out here.
The fall series, in case you can't tell by the tone of our voice and just chatting with Amanda Basham, what fun that was. I've known Amanda for about 10 years, and It's amazing. She's in her early 30s, been in the sport so long, but really fun to chat with her and get her perspective. Get her perspective as a veteran in the sport, a mother, a spouse, somebody who has just done incredible things both as an athlete and as a person. Get a little bit of her feedback and some more thoughts on her journey. So just great opportunity to chat with her. But the excitement in our voice as we see friends and loved ones and names from the sport find their way into the iconic races that are taking place in June and July in California and Colorado. And of course, we know these are not the only two races in the world. A lot of attention is paid to them at this time of year. But wow, an exciting day, a beautiful day here at McDowell Mountain Park in just outside Fountain Hills, Arizona.
Have a seat, sir.
You guys should come chat with you guys.
So our next guest is somebody whose year has, to avoid going blue here, opened the heck up. Jamil Curry, welcome to the studio.
Hey, thanks, guys.
So obviously coming into this day, you had one big race on the calendar that we knew of in Cocodona, and now you've got three just a couple hours later, as you were selected in both lotteries.
Yep.
You know, you had good odds in both of them. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I think it was like 42 or 43% in each. So, you know, being in the sport a long time, I got in maybe at the right time. You know, I ran Western States in 2010, the Unbreakable year. And that was way back when, if you remember the 2-time loser lottery rule. A lot of people don't believe that it was a thing, but it really was.
Oh yeah, it was definitely a thing.
Yeah. So I think I ran my first qualifier in 2005, maybe. Or maybe 2006 actually, but applied a couple times. I think there was a fire in 2009 that canceled the race.
Oh wait.
In 2008, okay.
Yep.
So I think I got pushed a couple years back. So finished it in 2010, blew up at the climb up to Devil's Thumb, was super conservative going into Robinson Flat. Then I bombed the downhill for 18 miles, blew up, walked it in, but started applying. So, yeah.
That's the one finish you have?
Yeah, I've only
2010.
Yeah, I've only attempted it once, only got in once.
Oh,
and then
right.
I stopped applying because I was satisfied. Like I didn't need to run the race again.
Yeah.
Hard Rock's more my style of 100. But then started applying again, probably 2015 maybe. And then it's just taken this long. I've applied every year since. Had to jump in and run Javelina last year just to keep it alive. So I guess it was good that I did that. Got my qualifier at Hard Rock this year. So, yeah, I heard them say Phoenix, Arizona, 128 tickets, and I said, uh-oh.
That narrowed the field quite a bit.
Yeah.
Well, also the fact that, like, in case anybody ever wonders, is the lottery rigged? It's absolutely not, because if you had wanted to get into this race, and you know, you're pretty well connected, so the lottery plays it straight. So
yeah,
you know,
and I'm
128
happy to play by the rules and wait my turn when it came around. So. I was even fine with not running this year. I had kind of selected a return to Cocodona, so I honestly was maybe hoping not to get in this year, especially year 2 of helping to produce the live stream. So, yeah, like plans are maybe changing now.
Would you do Cocodona and Western States?
I just spoke with my coach, and I'm actually contemplating deferring Cocodona to next year. And yeah, like the opportunity to run Western States doesn't come around very often. I mean, for me, it'll be 15 years between attempts.
Yeah. Think about
That's a long time.
It is.
And it's like, dang. And like, yeah, like I feel like I'm still in the window of my prime where I could do well if I start training now. So part of me thinks like maybe make Western States the priority. I can always run Cocodona, and you know, with a good race, I would love to just have a great race at Western States. I did not feel satisfied with my 2010 race, so it would be great to have a good race there.
And
that I'm proud of.
It is a race that it helps as much mentally as physically to train only for it.
Well,
You know, there
yeah.
could be stuff after it, but like
Sure.
to have 6 months, you know, and you're doing tune-up races or whatever else, but to have 6 months where that's your focus, the type of trail, the type of terrain, the type of environmental conditions.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you had Cocodona on the calendar, you would be tapering and racing this very long multi-day effort right when I should be doing peak training, speed work, long runs, all that stuff that you're kind of peaking towards Western States right around the end of April, all of May.
Right, and even if you were to cruise Cocodona, it would be a week to 2 weeks recovery anyway. Recovery, not just of your body, but sleep and all of those kinds of things.
Yeah, so that's kind of, I guess maybe it could change, but that's kind of what our initial thoughts are, is maybe it, as much as like I'd love to just do every race, every hard race in 1 year, I don't know that I have anything to prove.
Yeah.
I've done that before, and I've kind of marched through them. But
The
I think,
slam of the damned.
yeah, this is kind of like, oh, slam of the damned concept again, you know. So I don't know. That's the current thoughts.
So
And then Hard Rock, it's kind of about accumulating more finishes, you know.
Right.
that and you know what Hard Rock entails. I mean, you know, there's no secrets on that course for you, and frankly, I mean, not to like lessen the impact of Western States. Western States is just going to be basically like that last big long run before Hard Rock, but it's an entirely different experience when you're talking about like Western States with its net downhill and you're going to be running a lot versus Hard Rock. It's a grind up and down through the San Juans. Completely different experience.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, I don't know if you heard, but a former pacer of yours at Hard Rock, Gary Foreman, got into Western States.
Nice.
So
Congrats,
16
Gary.
tickets, yeah.
Awesome.
So
And Leah Yingling got into Hard Rock.
I saw that. I'm very excited.
She's on the same 3 lists as you.
Did she get into Western?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, I don't know. I
So
might have to
she-
reconsider
Because
if there's like a
I mean,
triple
could
award.
Could there be a showdown?
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, it's going to be a wild season. I mean, it's been really fun to follow the lotteries today, and part of the magic of being here for Frenzy has always been, like, you know, for the last several years, we've watched the lottery in one form or another, and now it's become like this real thing. I mean, we've got the ability for people to watch it on the big screen, and just the energy and the vibe, and seeing people get picked here. Being able to hand you that hat was really cool.
Yeah. Chris ran over. I think within 30 seconds of it being announced, he was next to me with the hat. So I think I'm owed another hat.
I don't know. Yeah, you are.
There you go. Gonna collect some hats here. Actually, what we'll probably do is we'll leave you with the Hard Rock hat, and potentially, like with any luck, have to take the Western States hat back to hand it to somebody else. If we
Oh,
run
there
out
you
of
go.
hats.
We don't. Yeah, I can leave
So,
it here for sure.
Yeah, you can. You have access to get more of these hats.
Yeah, for
so.
sure.
I also think it's important for us to chat a little bit about the Sonoran Desert Cup. This has been a blast.
Yeah.
This is the third and final race of the fall series. Spring series starts in early January at the Santan Scramble. But what a blast this has been, showcasing these sub-ultra distances, 24, 25K at Cave Creek Thriller, Pass Mountain, and now here. Between all the distances we chatted with Aaron in our preview show on Wednesday, over 800 runners across all of the distances, you know, runners who are committed to all 3 events, runners who've kind of come in and done 1 or 2, and just really, you know, you feel the community vibe without quite the pomp and circumstance of, say, a Black Canyon or a Javelina, but a lot of the same sort of excitement around these distances and the accessibility. We've chatted with several 11-year-olds. The 5-miler the women's 5-miler was won by a 15-year-old girl. I mean, it's just really fun to see that kind of thing sort of come to life in this Sonoran Desert Cup series.
Yeah, it's great. I think our whole goal with it, like the Desert Runner Trail series, was really the genesis of Aravaipa. Like that was the very first series we created. We wanted to connect people with the amazing Maricopa County Regional Parks, which we are so lucky to have here. Come to find out, as we kind of grow Aravaipa regionally, you come to find out, like, the fact that these exist here is really something amazing, like an amazing asset for the broader Phoenix community, and really people across the country that come here. We can recreate, we can have large-scale events is really awesome. And the Sonoran Desert Cup, hopefully injecting some of there's like the sub-ultra energy is really on the rise, and we hope that this can lead to that here. And this is our first time broadcasting one of these events, and I don't know how you guys are feeling, but it'd be fun to do more of these. And maybe we can kind of scale our production where we can just roll the van up, pop a table out, and do this at more events. Those bike cam views are amazing.
Those were
like
great.
having the follow cams. Like I could see that at like Santan would be so cool to have that. Coldwater, like I can see this kind of taking off and watching. I mean, the men and the women that are out here pushing themselves is inspiring to see. Like they're like falling on the ground after the finish.
We had some post-race puking here, Jamil.
Yeah, I mean,
Devin Sharps left it all out there.
He left it all out there.
So hopefully that can inspire more people to come out that are maybe from a road track background that want to mix it up with, even Amanda Basham kind of stepping down to the sub-ultra distance for something like Frenzy. It's a good tune-up. It's a good effort. So you love to see it, and I hope we can do more of these.
And you're so right about our county, about our parks. I mean, if you do go to other jurisdictions, you realize, wow, even if they have nice parks, there's a lot more logistics around it. There's a lot more. I mean, at all corners of the valley, you can, and of course the race series showcases it. You can find these beautiful gems of a spot to go out to run, to ride, to hike, to just have a picnic. It's wonderful.
Yeah, and I mean, just in Phoenix in general, if you add what Scottsdale and Phoenix and Peoria now has their own regional parks, Buckeye, like almost every city is seeing that building trails and investing in having a preserve or a park or a trail system is such a benefit for residents. And we're lucky that almost anywhere in Phoenix you live, probably within a 15, 20-minute drive, you can access a trailhead, you can get out on dirt, and it's great to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've been coming out here to the McDowells for the last 12 years or so, and it's become a huge part of my life, and I look forward to coming in. I will say, though, this morning, the line of cars to get in kind of cracked me up. It reminded me of like Javelina a couple of years ago. It was moving very quickly, but there were a lot of cars coming in, and I feel like
it looked kind of Javelinish.
But it shows the growth of the sub-ultra aspect of the sport. I mean, yeah, there are ultra distances today, but the preponderance of runners out here are doing the sub-ultra distances. So I think, like you said, it's a great opportunity to showcase the sub-ultra distances as well as the parks that we have at our disposal here.
Yeah, and I mean, it is an amazing day for all of you who may be tuning in from other states.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like going to be, 70 degrees today. It's nice and sunny and warm, and yeah, it's just perfect.
And I don't want to speak for Chris, but yeah, I'd love to pop up a tent and do more of these. I mean, it's just great. It's a few hours in the day, and it's and people love it. People love swinging by. We've had guests come by. Chris knows everybody, right?
Yeah,
So
I mean, pulling in the community is amazing, and I don't know if we can set the screen up every time, but at least maybe we can get a TV out there and like broadcasting it out here.
Yeah, sure.
Right at the finish line is just so much fun, and hopefully it just gets the sport out to more people.
Right on.
Yeah, and part of what's cool about seeing this many people at a race like this, I started noticing it about maybe 18 months ago or so when I was talking to people at various DRT series races who were out here who were not like locals. People had flown in from Nova Scotia to run Pass Mountain last year. Like, that kind of blows my mind.
We had, I think there was a guy that would fly in from like Chicago every single race, but for the mid-distance race. For like the 25K.
That's
he would
amazing.
come out like every other weekend all winter long.
Yeah.
And he just loved coming down.
And he's escaping the Chicago cold. Just grab a flight and come run a 25K.
So, Jamil, I guess before we let you go here, how you feeling about what 2025 is lining up for you? You got 2 big races now on the docket, and possibly 3, depending on how you feel.
Not to mention all the projects you and
all the other stuff too.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's going to be important for me to, I think, restructure my life in some areas. And,
you think?
Yeah, like, I think I need to put me as an athlete as a priority. So I'm gonna schedule that into my work day. Is what I'm gonna do.
And I know that's
Right
been
on,
one thing that we always joke about it with you, about the fact that, like, you'll talk about, I've run a few training runs, like, as you're towing the line at Hard Rock, but, like, this year you're gonna have to take a little bit more time for yourself, which is something that you've kind of struggled with over the years because you're always doing something else for other people or for the good of the sport. This is you time. You need more of that this year. So just want to put that out there for you.
Yeah, it's a bit of a wake-up call getting pulled for both of these. So
Yeah.
Cocodona is always one I can just put off, but yeah.
Yeah, you're connected enough that you
Like
can get into
15
Cocodona.
years in between a chance at Western States is something to not take lightly.
Yeah.
But on Cocodona, again, before you leave, I mean, it's not a overstatement to say that, you know, on the Mount Rushmore of North American long distance races, Cocodona is starting to have its spot.
Well, yeah, I
on
mean,
there.
it's-
I mean, your vision,
it's-
you're bringing it to life after just a few short years.
That didn't take long.
It's pretty incredible.
It's hard to not want to take part in that race, and already being year 5, like I didn't want to wait another year to toe the line again.
Dude,
So-
it happened to me.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're towing the line.
It happened to
So-
me. I was trying to go slow, and
We'll see. I mean, you know, I probably won't pull my name immediately, but it's probably the smart thing to do. But I'm also one not to do smart things, so we'll see. But maybe, you know, maybe one of the shorter distances fits in. But it's appealing to want to do the long one and to get the full experience. So, yeah.
Right on. Well, Jamil Curry, thank you so much. Congratulations on
Thanks,
your
guys.
day. Congratulations.
We always
on,
call Jamil a man of many hats, and now he's literally
he
got
is
2 on at
literally
the
a
same
man of many
time.
hats.
So
I'll leave these here, though, in case anyone else
case
gets
it-
pulled.
okay.
So thank you guys so much.
Thank
you got it. Thank you.
yeah, it's
All right.
the
Great
energy
stuff.
and the excitement out here is pretty great. I mean, not only with we talk about the you know, the lotteries and everything like that, but the races itself that are going on out here. It's a whole lot of energy, a whole lot of positivity going on. So
Yeah, really good stuff all the way around.
shout out to a couple more people who got selected into the lotteries. I think we mentioned Melissa Ostaszewski. I don't know if she's still in flag. I know she was for a few years, but I still consider her somewhat of a local. Katie Scheid into Hard Rock.
Oh, Katie Scheid into Hard Rock.
Yeah. So the Western States main lottery is drawing to a close. There's about 15 more names to draw there.
However, you got to keep in mind you can between wait list 20 and 30, you can probably
Yeah, I would say
count
30
on
would be
getting
the.
in.
I think that last year Greg Bergeron was number 35.
Okay.
So that would be the line of demarcation there. So
Do we have Zach Miller in Hard Rock yet?
No,
I'm
we do not.
Not in yet. Okay.
but
On a couple of other, a good friend of mine, old North Carolina runner, outstanding coach Aaron Saft, SAFT, selected for Western States. Shad Micah from Colorado, selected for Western States. A couple other folks that are notable in the sport. And Tim Spalding, a Virginia runner, has been out at the race a bunch of times and is very active in the Virginia running scene, both at Grindstone, and it's one of the co-race directors at the Mountain Masochist 50-miler, one of the oldest 50-milers in the country. Tim Spalding, congratulations.
isn't that David Horton's?
Yep, those are, David Horton founded that race. He doesn't direct it anymore.
You can see beautiful shots of the trails. I believe that is actually the final stretch coming off.
Oh, that
of
is a
T-Bone.
beautiful shot. Look at that.
So that's the final stretch coming off of T-Bone Trail. The runners come from the right-hand side down that single track, and it kind
Chris,
of doglegs
Sierra
left.
DeGroff. Sierra DeGroff is in Western States.
Oh, congratulations
She's a
to
friend
Sierra.
of the race. 32 tickets. Sierra, a long-distance flatland specialist, a 24-hour runner. We've seen her at Jackpot and at Desert Solstice a couple of times. So huge congrats to Sierra.
I just texted her congratulations.
Very good.
I'm sure I'm probably number 40 on the list.
I know
in terms of,
my text fingers are getting tired too as I congratulate friends on their
and
entry.
Sierra, actually, one of the things, Sierra came out to Javelina this year and had big goals. She wanted to contend for a golden ticket. And I have to say, she showed me something that day because her day did not go well at all. She finished, I believe, just under 24 hours. Like, she had goals that were much greater there. But at the same time, she stuck it out. She pushed through it. And even her, when she was in aid stations late in the day, I actually saw her, and you could tell that she had learned some lessons. And so I think that, not every day is going to be perfect or be roses or anything like that. And I think the Sierra de Gras Javelin 100 was one of the more impressive performances that I've seen recently that involves somebody not having the day they wanted to have.
I rolled in on my last loop to Jackass Junction. I wanted nothing more than just grab a handful of gels and get out of there.
Mm-hmm.
And there's Sierra de Groff with your good friend and coach Peter Mortimer.
Uh-huh.
They're sitting in chairs, with their feet up, eating meat. And they both looked at me and held out a plate of ribs or something. And I mean, it took all of my strength and mental fortitude to turn around and say no. But I have to admit I was tempted. But you're absolutely right. I mean, Sierra's proven that, she can have really, really good days. And when she has a good day, it's a really good day.
Yeah.
But she's also proven that, when the day doesn't go that well, she's still willing to kind of put her head down and get it done. And this year's Javelina was a great example of that.
Absolutely. I'm going to see if I can grab somebody I was trying to flag down as a guest here who had a very good day today, but I'll see if I can pull
All
her
right,
up.
you do that. I will hold down the fort. I can figure out how to work this little deal. So, again, Andy Jones-Wilkins and Chris Warden coming to you from McDowell Mountain Regional Park outside of Fountain Hills, Arizona. Just nearing the 11 o'clock hour. The regular portion of the Western States Lottery is finished. They will pick 75 people for the wait list. And as I mentioned a couple of times, typically the top 25 to 30, since they've implemented the wait list, do end up getting into the race. Also should be noted that at time, not sure they'll do it this year, but often they take some of the 256 ticket holders and put them onto the top of the wait list. We'll see if they do that here or not. Hard to know. I'm just taking a quick. Becky Bates, who's 62 years old, multiple-time Hard Rock finisher, is back in the race at Hard Rock with 6 tickets. Katie Scheid, as Chris mentioned, in the race at Hard Rock. Ryan Cooper, multiple-time Hard Rock finisher from Colorado. Hard to believe he's 50 years old and the better half of Billy Yang, Hillary Yang from LA, 35-year-old, is in Hard Rock. Good to see that. Hillary Yang will be going for her first Hard. Ryan Birch finished the race a couple times, is in as well. Always fun to see names of friends and folks we've known for a long time finding their way into some of these races, especially after having to wait a long, long time. Gabe Joyce, a fellow columnist at irunfar.com from Lander, Wyoming, home of National Outdoor Leadership School, is in the big dance in Silverton. Ed Sandor, good to see him in there. Lots of folks I know have waited a long time for entry into Hard Rock and Western States for that matter. Amanda Grimes. We'll review these again. Chris Roberts, Leah Yingling, Stephanie Case. And last year's winner, Ludo Pomeray, automatic. The only automatics, as I think most people know, the only automatics into Hard Rock in any given year are the previous year's winners. In this case, Ludo Pomeray. Courtney DeWalter, last year's winner, was not entered in the lottery, as far as I know at least. Katarina Hartmuth, a well-known international name, is in the race. And by the way, on Western States, Claire Barnworth from France in the race at Western States. Again, the Western States drawing is finished for the 257 entrants. See if they have started the wait list.
I was just saying hi to one of our legendary friends over there, Linda Van. You can just have a seat.
And they did put all 12 256 ticket holders who were not drawn in the regular raffle, in the regular lottery.
Okay.
All 12 256 ticket holders are in places 1 through 12 on the wait list.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
So it hasn't yet gotten to be too many.
Although that did knock out 12 slots, so that's about maybe a third of the wait list.
It's about a third of the wait list, yeah.
So our next guest is somebody who had themselves a solid day today, I think, all things considered, coming back from injury from the Air Viper racing team. We've got Nicole Hansen here with us.
Just real quick, Eliza LaPierre and Michael Wardian back in Hard Rock.
And Nicole,
how's it going,
thanks
Nicole?
for joining us.
It's going all right. It's going all right. I made it to the finish line, so I'm happy about that.
Well, you made it to the finish line fairly quickly, so don't sell yourself short.
We were talking a couple times on the broadcast, as you mentioned when we chatted at the beginning, the first race back after a stress fracture about 8 months ago.
Yes. Yeah, so about 5 days before Canyon's 100K this past April, I was doing a workout and my whole hip just felt terrible, and I found out I had a sacral stress fracture for my big A race of the season. So it's been a process coming back from this. Definitely the hardest athletic challenges that I've faced in racing in general. So I'm really happy to finish this race today with no pain. Just still getting back into shape. My volume's pretty low right now.
Was it in your head at all?
Definitely. The whole time. I think the
it's hard
part,
for it not to be, right?
I think the mental part of coming back after an injury is the most challenging part, mentally, emotionally, to trust your body again, especially with a stress fracture, because you don't want to overdo it. So.
Did you mention a sacral fracture?
Yes.
Okay, so that actually kind of raises alarms in me, because that's something, like, that was a term I hadn't even heard of until about 4 years ago, but it's become extremely prolific when it comes to trail and ultra running.
Yes,
I mean,
it has.
Nick Curry had dealt with that. Adam Peterman.
Yeah.
You know, this is an injury that is seeming to hit people who are, doing a lot of trail and ultra running at a high volume. Can you discuss for those who might not be familiar exactly, like, when you say sacral fracture, what does that mean? Like,
So your sacrum is like the bottom part of your back,
Mhm.
and it oftentimes manifests in like low back pain. But for me, it was down into my glute and into my hamstring, and then also strangely in the front of my hip. So I didn't think it was that at all. I
Mhm.
also didn't think I was prone to stress fractures because I've been running for 15 years and never had any issues. But went and got an MRI because I could barely walk, and yeah, it was a stress fracture. Mm-hmm.
So recovery, was that like non-weight bearing for a while? Time in the pool? Or
Lots of cross training, yes. I was supposed to be on crutches for about 3 weeks, so non-weight bearing at all. I made it about 1 week. And then just lots of biking. So I really developed a love for mountain biking. I live up in Flagstaff, and so that's been a blessing during this time that I can.
So a lot of the sort of late summer, fall was biking?
Yeah.
When
pretty
did you
much
start
all of
running
it.
again? We're here on December 7th.
Like 12-ish weeks
12
ago?
weeks ago.
Yeah, I'd say a little over 12 weeks ago. So.
And was it baby steps? Was it
Very
like
baby
walk,
steps,
run type stuff? Yeah.
Yeah, I remember back in like late summer, I was doing 1 minute on and 2 minutes off
Oh,
for running for,
gosh,
for about a month.
For a veteran runner, that's just...
Yeah, so definitely the mental part of coming back from injury is the most challenging piece, especially when I was lucky that I could bike and cross train because some folks can't with this sort of injury. And yeah, that was definitely the hardest part. Just running has been such a huge part of my life, going from like 80 miles a week to nothing for months and months and months. It's rough.
Wow.
Well, as part of the Air Viper Racing Team member, you race all over the Southwest. And you used to live here in the Valley, then you relocated to Flagstaff, but you come down here to race. For those who are curious what the high elevation living, low elevation running does for you, has it made a noticeable difference? Like, do you feel it when you come down here? You're like, oh, wow. How much of does it actually hit you when you're, coming down to the 1,500, 2,000 foot elevation range coming from Flag?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I think definitely last, like McDowell last year, I definitely felt it in the races leading up to that because I did a lot of racing down here in Phoenix. And for me, it's also a confidence booster that I can run 20 seconds faster per mile without getting lactic in my legs going up hills. I feel it most on the hills. I don't get as tired. So it's been a huge benefit for my training, and I'm really excited to build up here and actually get some of those benefits of altitude running.
So
hopefully
what
this year.
does 2025 look like? You've got this now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm sure this is going to be a sort of a big landmark, a box you can check, sort of.
Yeah.
Like, is it enough to start thinking about 2025?
Yeah, definitely. And so I have just put together a tentative race schedule. It's tentative because, again, just making sure I'm staying healthy. But I'd love to show up at Coldwater 40K. I'd love to go to Crown King 50K this year.
Yeah,
I love
your
uphill
favorite
climbing.
race, Chris.
And I went and spectated last year and loved it. And then for redemption, I want to go back to Canyons 100K.
Canyons 100K. That's perfect. So it's a Coldwater 40K, Crown King 100K, Crown King 50K, Canyons 100K. Golden ticket, Western States.
Dream world, right?
Easy peasy. That's all it takes. Well, Nicole, it sounds like you feel pretty good with how things went today, all things considered, with your return to racing. And congratulations on making your way back. Obviously, you had to work pretty hard to get back here. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you around here real soon.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Awesome.
Chris.
Thanks for coming on.
That was Nicole Hansen.
Nicole Hansen.
Air Viper Racing Team member.
What a story, too, coming back off of
the sacral fracture.
Stress fracture.
So we have a couple of big updates.
Okay, let's hear them.
On the Hard Rock
Zach Miller's
side,
in.
Zach
Okay.
Miller is in. And on the
That's good. Good to
the
see.
waitlist side of Western States, Benjamin Gibbard is number 39 on the waitlist. For those who aren't quite sure why they recognize the name Benjamin Gibbard, Ben Gibbard is the lead singer of indie rock band sensation Death Cab for Cutie.
Oh, right on.
So Ben Gibbard,
He'll be right on the edge. At
yeah,
39.
it's going to be very close
He'll be
for
right on
him.
the edge at 39.
Dan Green, number 26 on the wait list for Western States. I think that's probably a pretty good spot. So,
yeah, I would give Dan Green a good job. He should train like he's in.
well, after what Dan Green did at Javelina this year, running in about I believe a sub 13 hour Javelina, I think that Dan Green is probably primed. So all he's got to do is sustain, maintain, and then see where things go from there.
Good to see Zach Miller back on that Hard Rock starting line. I know that was heartbreaking for him last July, and it'll be fun to see him get his chance there.
Oh, absolutely. I think that is, Zach had a sudden, literal last minute ailment, had appendicitis that he had to deal with that derailed his hopes at Hard Rock last year. And even though he had his appendix removed, I believe 5 days before the race, he was in town and he was genuinely contemplating whether or not to run the race. So hopefully this year Zach will come in completely in one piece, sans appendix. But
By the way, I know when you were chasing down Nicole, we did have Hillary Yang, Billy Yang's better half.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Make it into Hard Rock.
That's our 25K-ish distance, that sub-ultra middle-ish distance.
Well, and we see Billy and Hillary up in Silverton every year anyway, so
Yeah.
they're just going to be up there for a different reason this time.
The Fall Series and scored in 2 races.
The dog cam, the very popular dog cam, no doubt.
So we had Holly Boyd. She didn't run today, but she did qualify for the championship. Teresa Mirowski was in 7th overall. Lindsay Yazzie, 6th overall. In 5th place was Jacqueline Jacoby. Your 4th place finisher for the Fall Series was Lori Stillwell. Your 3rd place finisher for the Fall Series, Diana Sigrist.
All right.
Runner-up, Megan Kupris, and all right, runner-up is going to be Brittany Lump, and your champion is going to be Megan Kupris. That's going to be 2nd place in the 50K, Mr. Nick Curry, in his first year of Viper race.
Nick Curry's first Aravaipa race. There's Nick. I'm sorry.
So if I called your name on the women's side and you're still here, at 11:30 we're going to go over to the stage in front of the screen.
So Sarah Ostaszewski is on the wait list for Western States, down at number 49. So a bit down there, but on the list. Doggo Cam, very popular, very highly demanded Doggo Cam.
In solidarity with all of the lucky runners, I'm going to have a nice bag of salt and vinegar chips before Chris and my run. So if you hear some strange sounding crunching, that's it.
I see Dandelion Deluvio Scott got into Hard Rock, never with 2 tickets. Dandelion was one of our back of the Packers at Run Rabbit Run coverage last year.
Indeed. We've spoken a lot about Dandelion.
Mm-hmm. Kyle Curtin into Hard Rock.
And on the men's side, we've got on the Fall Sonoran Cup. So we've had this is the whole fall series of races. To qualify for the championship at Damn Good Run, you had to run 2 races and be in the top 20 to get points. We had 9 potential qualifiers. So in 9th place was Craig McMillan, not here today, but qualified for Damn Good Run. 8th place, Jason Nelson, same story. In 7th was Timothy Lamana. So if I do call your name, we're going to be at 11:30. We'll put you up on stage and give you your official invite. 7th place, Matt Dorsey.
All right, everybody, we are back. We're a few minutes away from the awards presentation for the top 10 men and women in the Sonoran Desert Cup Fall Series, which wraps up here at McDowell Mountain Frenzy. There's about a 3-week break, and we kick off the spring series at Santan Scramble on January 4th.
Congratulations to those tuning in who were picked in various lotteries, and for those who were not, I'm very disappointed in you. No, I'm kidding. That's a Simpsons line. It's a Mr. Burns line.
For either group, at least you have some direction for the next, for 2025. For the lucky few who were picked, pretty much have your work cut out for you. Experience of a lifetime, potentially, possibly 2 experiences of a lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, you have to understand that, like, the odds of getting into these races, just the raw odds. I mean, obviously we know what the odds are based on like X amount of tickets. I mean, in the case of Western States, there were 9,990 people in that lottery, and they were only going to pull 260. So even the raw numbers there tell you how hard it is to get into these events.
Yep, and I mean, people do wait years and years and years to get in. It's understandable, and right out of the gate, we saw one ticket person get drawn.
Yeah.
For Western States, so it happens, but also really, really good to see that the race chose to put the 256 ticket holders who were not drawn in the first 12 spots on the wait list. That's a potential that may not last forever, but at least for this year, once again, they're able to put those 12 on there, and the likelihood of all 12 of them getting into the race is quite high, statistically quite high, just based on the way the wait list has gone over the last several years. It's been a great morning. Also,
It's just so beautiful.
McDowell Mountain Frenzy race, McDowell Mountain Regional Park in Arizona.
Shout out to our producers, Michael Carson and Jorben Schmidt. Oh, now you catch me on camera, like stretching out. I'm yawning, but yeah, no. Shout out to Michael and Jorben for doing a. You want to have a seat? Oh. Okay. Oh, who are you pacing? Okay. So your 50K wasn't enough?
Yeah. Well, I was supposed to pace him before I signed up for the race. And I was trying to do the math on if I had enough time to recover, and he might just drop me.
So, why don't you grab a microphone?
Yeah, although
and you can even sit fully in the shade.
I don't think you get either.
But you don't get one of those hats.
I didn't even try to get these hats.
Oh, you didn't even try to get these hats this year. All right. We have Nick Curry here. He's just coming off the 50K and getting ready to pace a friend of his in the 50 miler.
So, Nick, first of all, welcome to the studio.
Yeah.
Second of all, your brother got all the lottery luck this year, so we're very disappointed in you.
Oh, no. I didn't even want it. I did it last year. He can go get it this year.
So you did the double last year. Actually, that's kind of fascinating if you think about it. Like, of course, your brother's going to be doing it this year. What's it like to be out there on course? And because you were running last year, correct? You were out here, and basically to come in and find out you're not only picked for one but both lotteries.
Yeah, I think someone told me at like the last aid station, and I'm like, I want to be excited, but this is not what I want to think about trying to kick it in the last 4 miles.
Yeah. But that's just part of how it goes. Like when you got that lottery luck, and because last year you did buck the odds for Western States, if I remember correctly. You only had 3 years.
I had like a
4
2
years?
or 4% chance or something.
Yeah.
So what advice would you give old Jamil if he's thinking of running both of them?
Train.
Yeah, that's something he needs to do.
So, for you last year, you seemed to have a really great hard rock. Your Western States went kind of sideways. I mean, I know we've talked about it off the air before. If the only thing that I could say about your Western States is that you might have over-prepared for a certain set of conditions that just didn't kind of come to fruition.
Yeah, no, I had like 3 major mistakes. Like, all are easy to feel bad about in hindsight, but it also happens. Like, I was coming back from a sacral fracture, which seemed to be the theme of 2023.
Oh, yeah.
Like many others. And so I was cramming the training, which we all know is a bad idea, but like I wanted to go for top 10, and I was blown away by what top 10 was. But it turns out the time I was shooting for would have put me at 10th. So I was shooting for the right target, knowing I had to train like right on the edge to even have a shot. And I think I was on track. I had the best training block I've ever had that whole spring. But then like a month out, I just tipped over the edge. So I hit overtraining, and then it's almost too late. And so that was the first knock. The second was I was really hoping it was just going to be blazing hot, and so I prepped for it to be 100 degrees out there. And like I'd done hop at hamster, like you were out there, you saw me, like I was smashing it in 100 degrees. So I heat mitigated like it was 100 degrees, which backfired also because it was not that hot, and I ended up just carrying a ton of water and ice. And so that really wore me down. And then I tried, so like 3 things on top of each other. I was doing okay, but not great at 50. I was really fading by the river, and then the last 20 took about as long as the first 80.
Yeah. Well, that's an exaggeration. But how about hard rock, though? I mean, because you saved a little bit, your hard rock was just awesome.
Yeah.
But once you got out there, things warm up, and then I started so slow that I just got to go faster and faster all the way to the finish, which is awesome, especially out there, being able to like not focus just on racing, but just enjoy everything.
Yeah. That's a window into the past. Looking into the future for you, Nick, are you running Solstice next weekend?
No.
Oh, you're not?
Yeah, I'm very, like, ever since Solstice 21, I've had just like bad year after bad year. I just need a year where I don't immediately jump to the next goal race. So like the last couple months, I've just been enjoying training, jumping in random races. Like I still am like up and down. I'm running plenty of miles, but I'm not running high.
Piggyback on that, I know you've been talking to a competitor at Desert Solstice who has some big goals. You've been talking with Scott, 24-hour record. Discuss what it's like to basically try and encourage and give advice to somebody who's looking to beat you.
Oh, I would love it if he or anyone broke my record. Like, I'm kind of surprised it's lasted as long as it should because there's so many good runners. At the same time, like, I would bet knows, like, the failure modes are way more severe than almost any other style of race. And so, like, you just have to go in assuming it's a challenging format. So I would love to see him do well. Like, I don't even need to give him advice because he's done enough of them. Like, sometimes you have to just get it through experience. And once you've seen enough, he's learned all the hard lessons. He's had some good days.
So with that, though, you're kind of keeping a clean slate into 2025.
Paddocks or Desert Solstice on my mind. Like maybe if I feel good, I'll jump in. And it didn't play out, and I wasn't too worried. And
congratulations on a pretty tough race today. I mean, pretty solid race today. Was there any point that you?
And then like I was hoping that wouldn't happen, and it didn't because he had a great day.
And we saw you, I think, Nick was like in 5th, and then 4th, and then 3rd, and then 2nd. And then the gap was like 8 minutes. But it was maybe too close to the finish. I was like, oh, Nick can make that up.
Yeah, you know who I was disappointed in was Bryce.
Yeah.
we talked about this beforehand. And
natured ribbing among the local boys here. Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
We tease because we like him so much when it comes to Bryce.
Like him and I have raced so many 50Ks against each other at this point. Sometimes I get him, sometimes he gets me. It's great.
That's fantastic. Nick, well, congratulations on a good day, and good luck to you in 2025. It sounds like you've got some time to play with.
Well, and it looks like you're going to jump in and pace in a little while.
Yeah. I'm just doing everything and anything right now. I'm actually doing a bunch of road racing again. It's been a while.
Oh, right on.
I set a half marathon PR a few weeks ago.
Oh, nice. You going to run Tucson?
I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
I'm supposed to relieve my mom overnight at Solstice, which makes that a very quick turnaround. So we'll see how I feel.
That is true. Well, Nick, thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
You can hang out here as long as you want.
I think we're getting close to the awards for the Sonoran Desert Cup. We're getting close to the... Do you know if we're going to have volume? Okay. So we're getting close to the awards. Again, the Sonoran Desert Cup is wrapping up the fall series today, beginning the spring series in a couple of weeks. Best 2 results out of 3 and the top 10.
The damn good run.
The damn good run.
The damn run is usually what I call my training runs after about 25 miles.
The damn good run on April 6th out at Lake Pleasant.
All right, we can do our Fall Sonoran Cup awards. If you're here and I call your name, head over to the stage. I'd like to put everyone up at the same time. Here, invite the damn good run.
All right, Aaron is getting ready for those of this.
So if you're here and you hear your name, head up to that stage. We'll give you an award. We'll take your picture. No order necessary. We're just kind of accepting invites to Damn Good Run, but we will start on the women's side. We had 8 qualifiers. First, or 8th place overall, Holly Boyd. 7th place, Teresa Marowski. In 6th, Lindsay Yazzie. Your 5th place was Jacqueline Jacoby. 4th place, Lori Stillwell. And on the podium, Diana Segrist in 3rd. Had Brittany Lump in 2nd place. And Megan Kupris taking the win. But you all get a free entry into Damn Good Run. We'll give you a little award as well. All right, and on the men's side, if you're here, same deal. Head on over to the stage. I know some of you didn't race today. Had 9 qualifiers overall. In 9th place, Craig McMillan. 8th, 6th, Matt Dorsey. In 5th was Joe Boucher. 4th place finisher in the fall series, Kurt Cote. And now the podium is your runner-up, Cody Goodwin, 46. And your champion, taking 2 wins. So
had a text exchange with her, congratulating her on getting into states, and she reminded me that we're both running it.
You're
this
both
year,
running it.
So.
Damn Good Run, that's going to be our championship.
Any cameras over there at all, or no? Any cameras on the awards, or no?
No, it doesn't look like it.
Okay.
All right. Season of the Sonoran Desert Cup.
Mm-hmm. And as we mentioned earlier on, with that, a lot of people's 2024 trail racing season is drawing to a close. In and had their beverages in the beer garden.
Of course, the 50. There's most of the 50K runners are still.
So in the afternoon here, local time, a couple hours at the very. Shout out to the running university, Lisa Pizzone, skill levels, and I know that she has at least a couple out there still on the course. I know that at least one, Jan Rice, is going for her first 50K finish. So they're going to be out here for a while to cheer on
all comers. Really, really enthusiastic and encouraging, and also I would say, Chris, quite a social bunch as well. They may miss a training run from time to time, but they never seem to miss a social.
That is true. They are always out at all the local runs.
They
the
like
events
to have a
sure.
good time, and of course that's a huge part of our sport is just getting together with like-minded souls and enjoying time together.
Well, I'm getting the message from Zach. Are we cutting?
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and go.
Okay.
Just remind everyone to get the solstice next weekend.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, I think that's going to about wrap it up here for us in McDowell Mountain Regional Park, AJW.
Chris, what a good time. We'll have our post game show later this week to talk about this race as well as the series, and then to look ahead to the spring series, which starts out before the paint really gets dry on this one. So this was fun. We have Desert Solstice trackside reporting from Desert Solstice next Saturday, and then not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but we're going to be doing live stream coverage for the first time of the Across the Years races. Out at Peoria Sports Complex over the new year.
Yeah, that'll be a new feature that we're able to bring to the audience. So stay tuned for that, or tune in rather next weekend.
And Across the Years, one of the longest standing Arizona events, been around for over 30 years. A great tradition, 6-day race all the way down to last person standing in 6 hour and everything else. A great way to bring out 2024 and ring in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be at it Across the Years this year. I believe that my lifetime mileage there is just over 500 miles. I'm about halfway to a jacket. So if you're out there, we'll see you out there. But till next time, Chris Warden.
Andy Jones-Wilkins, cheers.
Cheers.